please welcome the President of the Agri-Aqua Business Incubation Network of the Philippines Incorporated, or AABIN Phil Inc., Dr. Ruth C. Diego.
Okay, settle down na. So, the Executive Director of the OSTP CARD, Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora, the Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Resource Management, and Support Services, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos, DTPD Director, our favorite Director, Noel Katibog, our Thailand partners, led by Dr. Sombat Somsak of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation, our esteemed speakers today, the race delegates, including 25 ATBI project teams, both from the Philippines and 3 from Thailand universities. And the reason why we have incubators, let me give a special mention, our incubatees. Magandang umaga po, good morning. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 4th National Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubation Conference and Incubation Summit. Let me recall, right, so that we will all review. So the DOST P-Card National ATBI program was launched in 2017 to pave the way towards the development of and subsequent utilization of ATBIs for technology transfer. Starting with 6 ATBIs in 2017, and then to 8 more in 2018, the first National ATBI Conference was held on August 8 to 9, 2019 in Baguio City. And this was attended by 206 participants. We declare that the ATBI does not only create new enterprises that adopt government-generated technologies, but it also provides a sustainable mechanism to support the agri-technopreneur. And then COVID-19 pandemic happened. No conference was held for the next 2 years. But interestingly, still, 6 more ATBIs were established within that period. So meron din po tayong ATBI na pandemic babies. After the pandemic, the second National ATBI Conference and first Incubatee Summit was held on November 22 to 23, 2022 again in Baguio City. This brought 304 participants, okay, comprised by 177 ATBI team members from 20 ATBIs, 11 race program team members, 38 incubatees, 42 partners, and 124 guests, stakeholders, and media practitioners. This was it looks like a grand time, perhaps because it was the first time that we came together after the pandemic. The event was a celebration of healing, resilience, and success of ATBIs. Even with the pandemic and even with the developmental challenges, the ATBI family continued to thrive, grow, and evolve. From 2022, under the RACE program, 5 more ATBIs were established, bringing the total to 25 ATBIs. And so, the second Incubate Summit was conducted on August 22 to 29, 2023 in Baguio City. Ang haba, no? Where 150 participants comprised by incubatees, industry partners, government and private agencies, stakeholders, and media practitioners converged to celebrate the incubatees and market test their products to the public. The third National ATBI Conference and Incubate Summit was held at Clark, Pampanga on September 10 to 11, 2024, with over 200 participants and now attended by 25 ATBIs. Okay, so here we are today, the fourth National ATBI Conference in beautiful Tagaytay City. Once again, it brings us all together to celebrate our ATBIs and our successes, big and small. Once again, we are here to share stories, share and learn from each other's experiences, enrich our knowledge from our partners, including foreign ones. Also the stakeholders, and inspire each others to keep the ATBI torch burning. Mabuhay ang ATBI, mabuhay ang ATBI ecosystem, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much, and again, welcome everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruth C. Diego, for that warm and inspiring welcome message. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Truly, your words capture the very heart of today's gathering. Collaboration, connection, and transformation. Ma'am Rex?
That is right, Sir Burns. And with the support of our networks, we continue to build stronger bridges for innovation and inclusive growth.
And to further inspire us, we begin today's sessions. We are honored to hear from one of the pillars of DOST Picard, a leader whose steadfast commitment and vision continue to drive the Council's mission of advancing science, technology, and innovation in the agri-aqua sector.
Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, please welcome the Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Resource Management, and Support Services of DOST Picard, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos.
Sir, good morning po.
Good morning. Magandang umaga sa atin lahat. Hello? Hi! Okay, gising na tayo. I hope you had a good breakfast, everyone. So, good morning. Okay. I'll start with my greetings of our VIPs and acknowledgement. To the Department of Trade and Industry, Undersecretary for Supply Chain and Logistics Group, USEC, Mary Jean Pacheco. To the Food and Drug Administration Director 2 of North Luzon Cluster, Field Regulatory Operations Officer, Mr. Rommel Cabuna. To the Agri-Aqua Business Incubation Network of the Philippines, President Dr. Ruth Diego, Mr. Ronald Daniel Mascareñas of Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated, to Design Center of the Philippines Supervising Industrial Design Specialist, Ms. Idel Kin Eda, to Royal Cargo Incorporated Vice President and System Management, Antoinette Lourdes Ayos, to De La Salle University Manila Professor Dr. Nelson Guillen Jr., to our moderator, Dr. Lilian Lando, to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry Regional Governor for Region 4A, Ferdinand Garcia, the Division Chief Resource-Based Industry Services of the Board of Investment, Mr. Francis Peñaflor, to the Land Bank of the Philippines Assistant Vice President, Dr. Danilo Grobalde, to the East-West Seed Company Operations Manager, Ms. Irene Sion, to the University of Rizal System Vice President for RDE and Production Services, Dr. Marites Rio, the Tarlac Agriculture University Vice President for Research and Training, Dr. Edmar Franquera, to the Bataan Peninsula State University Vice President for Finance, Dr. Neil David, Capiz State University President, Dr. Efren Linyan, to our Sante Feeds Corporation President, Mr. Philip Ong, to Mr. Oscar Toralba of the Management Association of the Philippines, Attorney Ma'am Edith Echanova of the Association of PACE Professionals, the representatives from the Regional Science Park, North Thailand, Dr. Kalayana Mitra, Assistant Professor Dr. Santiwat Pitacol, Mr. Puncharat Mikau, Dr. Chalida Taning Kulaporn, Mr. Chakrit Selamon, to the Plan and Policy Analyst, the Senior Professional Level Division of Science Research and Innovation Promotion and Coordination, Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation in Thailand, Dr. Sombat Somsak. It is a great pleasure to be with all of you and to welcome all of you to the second day of the RACE Summit 2025, Binovation Connects. Today, we focus on the theme that beautifully captures the heart of what the RACE program stands for: connecting opportunities and nurturing networks to enhance collaborative transformations. As we gather here surrounded by innovators, researchers, entrepreneurs, captains of industry, and development partners, we are reminded that innovation does not thrive in isolation, but it flourishes in connection when brilliant minds meet shared purpose, when ideas are exchanged freely, and when networks evolve into meaningful collaborations. Yesterday, we witnessed a remarkable showcase of commitment and creativity through the launch of our Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubation exhibits, or ATBI exhibits, where incubatees from various regions proudly presented their technologies and innovative products. Our ATBI program has shown us that real progress begins when we empower one another, when we link our universities, industries, and communities into one thriving ecosystem. Every connection made here today has the potential to spark a transformation, to turn a simple idea into an enterprise, a research output into a livelihood, a technology into a solution that uplifts lives. Today, as we officially open our ATBI plenary sessions, we continue this spirit of connection. Throughout the day, we will hear from a remarkable lineup of speakers who will discuss vital topics from technology and logistics, innovations for MSMEs, product packaging and branding, FDA compliance and marketing, and financial access, to industry, academe, government collaboration that strengthens our innovation ecosystems. These discussions represent the many dimensions of what it takes to turn promising technologies into thriving, sustainable enterprises. At DOST Picard, we're proud to stand behind these efforts. Our continued support to ATBIs across the country stems from our belief that innovation must be coupled with entrepreneurial mindset and business capability. We continue to invest in programs, training, and partnerships that build the capacity of our incubators and startups, ensuring that research outputs are transformed into real-world solutions and innovations that uplift lives and drive inclusive growth. So what makes today even more special is the opportunity to learn not only from our local experts, but also from our international partners from Thailand, who will be sharing their rich experiences and best practices in managing successful business incubators and fostering agri-food innovation. Their participation reminds us that innovation thrives in openness when we exchange ideas across borders, learn from one another's journeys, and find common ground in our shared pursuit of progress. As we move forward with today's sessions, may we be inspired to build stronger linkages, to share our learnings openly, and to connect our strengths for the greater impact of our work. Because when we collaborate, we do more than innovate. We create opportunities, nurture communities, and transform lives. Let's not just exchange business cards or ideas. Let us keep building bridges, as in our theme, among institutions, industries, and nations, to raise Filipino innovation to new heights. So thank you, and may you all have a meaningful and inspiring day ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos, for that truly motivating message. Sir, your words remind us that collaboration and innovation are the heart of every success story we build together through RACE program. Mamrax?
That is right, Sir Burns. It's always inspiring to hear how strong leadership and shared vision continue to drive Picard's efforts to empower innovators and strengthen our country's agri-aqua sector.
And now we move forward to one of the most anticipated parts of today's program, the Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubation Plenary.
This plenary will highlight inspiring stories and valuable insights from industry leaders who have turned purpose into progress and passion into legacy, showing us how innovation can truly transform communities and the nation.
And Mamrax, to kick off our plenary, we are honored to have here with us a distinguished leader who has built one of the country's most successful agribusiness ventures, a true advocate of purpose-driven entrepreneurship and nation building.
Yes, Sir Burns. He is the former president and CEO of Bounty AgroVentures Incorporated, the company behind Chooks to Go, where he led for over 22 years. Before BAVI, he served as Senior Vice President and Head of the Poultry Business of Pure Foods Corporation for 19 years, and was also President of the Philippine Association of Broiler Integrators. A UPLB agriculture graduate with a Master in Management from AIM, he further pursued specialized training on the World Trade Organization at the International Law Institute in Washington, D.C. Today, with over 1.7 million followers on Facebook, he is considered an influential voice on ethical leadership, rural development, and love of country, while also writing, mentoring, and supporting his family's landscaping and nursery business retirement.
To deliver his plenary talk entitled Purpose, Passion, and Nation Building, the Legacy Every Business Can Leave, please welcome
Mr. Ronald Daniel R. Mascareñas.
Hello. I came here early, so I was browsing through the internet kung ano naman meron news about DOST Picard. So nothing about infrastructure, nothing about flood control. But there's a disturbing news item. The current case lodged against DOST Picard by the Commission on Human Rights. I don't know how DOST Picard is handling this. Ang case against DOST is about discrimination. Yung hiring process is discriminatory daw. Ang hinahire lang ng DOST at Picard, puro lang magagandang lalaki at magaganda. So let me start. I have 20 minutes about, and thank you. No? I'm really honored to share my advocacy. Nag-umpisa yung advocacy ko when I started being involved in the national basketball team, yung Gilas, Pilipinas. That was in 2017 when the MVP group was looking for sponsors to support the national team. So ako, mahilig ako sa basketball. So it was really a welcome development for me to be able to support our national team. So nandun ako sa locker room. I was there forming the national team. I saw how difficult it is for the coaching staff to assemble the best team. And in the process, kaya nahihirapan ang coaches natin is basically because pag ongoing ang PBA, halimbawa, ang hirap humiram ng players. So nagtataka ako, bakit may international tournament and then we need to prepare for that tournament, but hindi makahiram ng player? Sabi ko, kailan pa naging mas importante ang ball club mo kaysa bayan? In my generation, klaro yun, hindi pinag-iisipan. Automatic. Country above self. Country above my company. So if ganun na yung mindset ng mga titans of Philippine business, ano na mangyayari sa ating bayan? And even in forming a team for international youth competition, ang hirap humiram ng basketball player pag ongoing ang UAP, ongoing ang NCAA. So if the leaders in our educational sector pinagdadamot ang player nila dahil mas importante ang honor ng school nila kaysa bayan, what kind of values ang ini-impart natin sa ating mga kabataan? And I would like to share with you yung favorite story ko about South Korea. Alam niyo, in 1997, South Korea is already one of the world's largest economies. But nagkaroon ng Asian financial crisis. So from a developed country, South Korea suddenly was on the brink of bankruptcy. The government started to default on their foreign obligations. A lot of tribunes nagsara. It resulted to massive unemployment. So, yung younger generation, you can still view that on YouTube. So in the history of the International Monetary Fund, yung bailout package sa South Korea was the biggest in the history of the IMF in 1997. So, the head of state of South Korea appealed to the citizens. Pinaliwanag niya kung gaano kalaki ang problema na hinaharap ng kanilang bayan. And they asked for support. He asked for support. Alam ninyo, ang response ng South Koreans, pumila sila sa mga government donation centers. Bit-bit nila, jewelry, family heirlooms, wedding rings, because it's made of gold. Dinonate nila sa gobyerno. All in all, the donation drive netted $2 billion worth of gold. While that $2 billion was a drop in the bucket relative to the magnitude ng pagkakautang ng South Korea, it made the road to recovery easy for the government. In fact, yung IMF loan package, bailout package, which was payable in 6 years, South Korea paid it 2 years ahead of schedule. Ang tanong, bakit sentimental possessions nila, family heirlooms, including wedding rings, bakit nila dinonate sa gobyerno? Di ba? It's very clear. Dahil sobra ang pagmamahal nila sa bayan. And if the current state, yung values ng mga Pilipino, ng ating mga kababayan, na wala na tayong pagmamahal sa bayan, ultimo, to form a competitive national basketball team, which will give pride to our country, na hindi natin mapagbigyan. Ano mangyayari sa ating bayan? Yung nangyari sa South Korea, hindi malayong mangyari sa atin. And if that happens to our poor country, anong gagawin ng ating kababayan? No? Walang magdodonate. Because una, a lot of a high mistrust to government. So, yung pagmamahal sa bayan is not only a duty. No? It is an investment in the prosperity of our country. And let me segue to the second part of my talk. The topic about corporate social responsibility. A lot of governments, a lot of government agencies, meron kayong programs on corporate social responsibility. So let me refresh. No? Ano ba ang history? Paano nag-umpisa yung konsepto ng corporate social responsibility? That concept started from the developed countries. It's because of the realization that even the richest economies in the world cannot do everything for their citizens. Meron at merong pagkukulang ang gobyerno. Lalo na ang mga developing countries like us. Meron at merong kulang. Madaling magreklamo, madaling mag-complain. But I think the right thing to do is for big companies, yung yumaman na because of the resources, because of the patronage of the population in the country, nahanapin, ano ba yung gaps in government service na kaya namin? No? Kaysa mag-complain, and let me share what we did in my previous company. Nung mag-pandemic, biglang nag-deploy na mga checkpoints all over the country. No? Manned by the police, military personnel. Because it was madalian, ang nangyari, nagutom yung mga police. Nagutom ang mga military personnel manning the checkpoints. Why? Because sarado ang mga restaurants, sarado ang mga palengke, biglang sarado ang supermarket. But the government, walang intention na gutumin yung ating mga kapulisan. But it happened. So kami, the previous company, yung mga rotisseries namin, we're cooking chicken every day. Allowed kami because we're serving food to operate the stores. we delivered roasted chicken to all the checkpoints all over the country until such time that the military personnel were able to organize kung saan manggagaling yung pagkain nila. Now, even sa UPLB, during the pandemic, there were a lot of mga students from the provinces that were trapped inside the campus. So for a few months, breakfast, lunch, dinner, padala kami ng iba't ibang klaseng lutong manok doon. Now, because we saw on Facebook, because we see those gaps, and we are capable. Ang isang example ko, yung hindi naman kailangan malaki ang budget mo. No? And my last example is about yung kasamahan ko sa kumpanya. He used to drive for me. He lives in Padre Garcia. So yung kalsada nila medyo maraming potholes. No, hindi maganda ang infrastructure. Pero pagpasok ko doon sa street nila, there were about 5 houses. Wala kang maramdaman na lubak. Talagang very smooth ang road. Kaya tinanong ko si June. Sabi ko, June, bakit kakaiba ang kalsada ninyo? Sabi niya, boss, every quarter nagbibigay kayo ng incentive sa amin o bonus. Ilang taon na rin naman yon. Every time nakakatanggap ako ng bonus ko, bumibili po ako ng isang sakong simento. Yung isang sakong simento na yan, pinagtutulong-tulungan naming magkakapitbahay para patsihan yung mga potholes. Sabi ko, magkano ang isang sakong simento? At the time, 220 pesos. Isang sako. So imagine, si June, a lowly employee, willing to spend 220 pesos for one street in their community, maayos. No, because June saw that gap. Hindi niya inantay na yung kapitan namin ayusin. Sa kanya, magkano ba yung 220? Kaya ko yan. May bonus binigay si boss. Tayo halimbawa, a lot of entrepreneurs, no? Bibiyahe tayo. Paglabas natin ng subdivision natin, may nakita tayong tubo na tumutulo, may leak. No? So, paano natin na trabaho ng water district yan? But if we have that mindset of helping bridge those gaps, may kilala tayo na tubero, pwede mo namang tawagan eh. Oh, yung mayroong nagli-leak na kuhan, pwede mo bang pakiayos yan? Siguro in 1-2 hours tapos yun. You shell out maybe 500 pesos or 1,000 pesos. But if we multiply that all over the country, Filipinos with a heart bridging small gaps, no? Ang layo ng mararating ng ating bayan. So I'm counting on all of you who are in positions of influence, pagtulungan natin. Importante po ang pagmamahal sa bayan. It is an investment in the prosperity of our country. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald Daniel R. Mascareñas, for the truly powerful and inspiring message. Sir, you have reminded us that purpose and passion, when anchored in service to others, can truly create a legacy that transforms lives and builds a stronger nation. Ma'am Rax?
That is right, Sir Burns. And later on, we will have a chance to hear from them in our open forum. This time, we continue our plenary with another equally insightful topic, one that touches the very backbone of our economy, logistics.
Yes, and as innovation continues to evolve, the ability to efficiently move products, make markets, and empower MSMEs through strong logistics systems has become more vital than ever.
That is right. And to share her expertise and insights on this topic, we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader from the Department of Trade and Industry, a true champion of supply chain innovation and MSME development, a highly motivated, dedicated, career executive service officer with significant contribution and experience in public sector management, specifically in planning, monitoring and evaluation, performance management, public administration, and public policy formulation.
As a CESO, Yusek Pacheco is a 2015 CES VIP, Very Innovative Person 2015 awardee for introducing innovation and institutionalizing good governance initiatives in the DTI and a Gawad CES nominee in 2023. Last 2021, she participated the Lee Kuan Yew Senior Fellowship in Singapore and became a Lee Kuan Yew Fellow. Lastly, in 2022, she received 2 significant awards from her alma mater, the University of Santo Tomas. First is the Commerce Outstanding Alumni 2022 by the College of Commerce Alumni Foundation in the field of government service as a graduate of UST College Commerce and Business Administration.
Second, as one of the most distinguished Thomasian alumna, conferred by the USC Alumni Association and nominated by PMT CAT Alumni Association. And just recently, she was an awardee of Institute for Solidarity of Asia's 2024 College of Fellows as champion and leader of governance reform. Appointed last December 6, 2023 as a DTI Undersecretary, Yusek Pacheco now manages the DTI Supply Chain and Logistics Group, or SCLG.
Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver her plenary talk entitled Leveraging Technology to Strengthen Logistics Systems in the MSMEs, please welcome the Department of Trade and Industry Undersecretary for Supply Chain and Logistics Group, Mary
Ms.
Jean T. Pacheco. Good morning, ma'am. Baka naka-off.
Hello? Yeah. Magandang umaga po. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I hope that my excitement is not so obvious. But the truth is, I'm very, very excited. Dr. Teddy, thank you for your invitation. When I got it, talagang sabi ko, this is very important. And, you know, I like these events because it allows us to discuss what is at heart now, which is logistics and supply chain. I won't greet everybody, but I just need to say hello to Dr. Melvin, to our Provincial Director, PD Bet, salamat sa moral support at nandito ka ngayon. To Director Melvin, and of course, kay Michelle. Michelle, hello, nasan ka? You know, when I first came in, kinausap ko po si Michelle. Michelle, tama, di ba? Michelle nga ba? Michelle. Sabi ko, Michelle, sino-sino yung mga nandito ngayon? So, kwento niya na many of you are from the 15 regions, 16 regions, and the SUCs. And then I said, bakit nagkaroon ng logistics na topic? And then she said, because in our assistance to SMEs, logistics is really one of the major gaps and challenges. And is it ready now? So let me give you a little bit of some information about the topic that has been assigned to us today para makilala po ninyo na sa Department of Trade and Industry, merong bagong grupo na, come on Monique, let's do it, na ang tawag po ay supply chain and logistics. And this is the reason why we're very, very excited today, especially with the topic that was assigned. Can you go back, Monique? Okay. So, I know that today is day 2 and I'm supposed to be in the Connect group. But we could not help ourselves but be aligned with the race theme of align, connect, and sync. since nandito na rin ho ako, I might as well use this opportunity to sort of align with what you do, tell us what we are going to be connected about, and hopefully by end of my discussion, we will be synced together. So ayan po, no? Ang unang tanong muna siguro sino ba kami? Who are we? Who we are? So, very recently po, the Secretary of Trade has created a new group which I now lead. No? Ito po yung Supply Chain and Logistics Group. Essentially, pag nakita nyo, no, it really is identifying, addressing gaps, bottlenecks, and efficiencies. We've been working on it mga 2 years po, but now with the special emphasis given by the President to reduce logistics cost and the imprimatur from the Secretary of Trade to focus on logistics and supply chain, isi-share ho namin sa inyo the possibilities of us working together in the 16 regions of the country. So, sige lang, next slide. So, konti lang po kami, but we are a lean, mean group, and we are working with all units within the DTI and outside of DTI. Because alam nyo naman, logistics is not just one department alone. Logistics is about all of us. That's the logistics and that's the supply chain. Sige lang. So, let me start with Align, no? Because what you said, advancing linkages and impactful growth through networks. So when I saw the word network, immediately, I said, what we need to share is what the logistic networks is all about. So, you know, si DTI ho, in 2018, we created what we call a Logistics Services Philippines. Essentially, this is an aggregation of all the logistics ecosystem. Mga ano po, usually po sila po ay mga associations or big companies, no? Kasi they are part of the ecosystem. Like the terminal operators, ICTSI, ATI, Global Port. So lahat po yan ng ecosystem. From 10, naging 33. Kasi nung recently po, dinagdagan ho namin ng air. Because ang logistics ho natin is mostly maritime. And I'd like to, I think Royal Cargo is here. I miss Yusek Elmer Sarmiento, but one of our speakers that you've invited is from Royal Cargo. So Yusek Sarmiento and I worked well together. So next slide, pala lang ho kasi what's the network? I'd like to use this opportunity to inform everybody. Pag sinabi ba nating logistics, ano po ba yung logistics network? Can you go to niya? So ito po ay work in progress, no? Even as we speak, our team is also in fact elaborating on this slide. Pero pag sinabi niyong logistics, nandyan po ang air, ang sea, di ba po, may rail nga pa tayo, at saka yung land, no? So we have last mile delivery, air express, trackers, yung pong TNVS at saka yung mga last mile delivery, mga Lalamove, Grab, part po yan ng logistics, no? Sila po yung mga last mile delivery services natin. And then of course we have freight forwarders, no? So yan ho pag sinabi ho nating logistics ecosystem, shipping lines, customs brokers, freight forwarders, trackers, lahat ho yan comprises the logistics ecosystem. So marami po sila and we are very grateful that they're very strong in collaborating with them. And in fact, very recently, one of the Secretary's priority is to set up a supply chain and logistics center. So makikita ho ninyo that kung meron hong mga tanong relative to logistics and supply chain, paano ba ang gagastusin ko kung pwede ba akong mag-export ng mangga sa Dubai? Magkano yung freight cost ko? Ano yung kailangan ko na mga dokumento para ako makapagbenta? Saan ako magso-source? Yan po ay mga supply chain and logistics questions. And that's one of the things that we are working on. And I know many of you here are incubators and you want to solve a problem. Alam po yung information, napakahalaga ho niyan sa logistics. That's very, very important and essential. So we created the supply chain logistics centers and we have more than 15 logistics providers who have actually partnered with us na kung kayo po ay SME at gusto po ninyong mag-export, magpadala abroad, bibigyan kayo ng discount nitong mga partners natin. No? What we want to see is that there's a white glove treatment na pag sinabi hong white glove at ikaw ay SME, in-endorse ka, nagpunta ka sa center, tutulungan ho kayo nitong mga logistics provider natin. Okay, so this is basically, when you say logistics to everyone, this is the logistics ecosystem. Next. So, we understand when I was going through the brief that really one of the main focus really is the agriculture and aqua. No? So, you know, in 2023, the President approved a roadmap that DTI prepared, which is called the 3-Year Food Logistics Action Agenda. So, I'd like to share with you later on as we do the connect that this is part of our alignment. I know that you have a meaning of alignment, but align is also very simple in we're saying that we're all government and we need, whether government or private sector, we must be aligned, no, with what the goals are. So ito pong 3-year food logistics agenda na inapprove ng presidente is very clear about what he wants, no? He said we should revolutionize the food distribution system from farm to fork, reduce logistics cost, increase investments in logistics infrastructure, address supply chain gaps, heighten enforcement, and use ICT to improve logistics performance. Pero let's make it, whether DOST, DTI, DPWH, DILG, Department of Agriculture, and I think all of us here today, I hope that you will share with us, ano ba yung goal natin para align tayo when we say improve logistics, di ba? Improve the logistics, make the supply chain more efficient. So, in other words, what we'd like to see is a goal, no? Ano po ba yung goal natin? Next slide, Monique. So, sabi ko po, lagi namin sinasabi, we should keep our eye on the ball. The DTI is not a logistician. Yung private sector po, Royal Cargos here, many of Bounty, Mr. Mascareñas who spoke before me, they know logistics. But you know, we carry the same goal, whether government or private sector. Ano ho yung gusto natin? Ang gusto ho talaga natin sa DTI, number 1, to ensure an efficient supply chain, to reduce logistics cost. Bakit po? Because, sabi ho namin talaga sa DTI, we want to make goods accessible, available, and affordable to the consumer. Simply put, getting the right product at the right time, at the right price, in a reliable manner. You ask any of the logisticians you know, and they will share the same goal. So, yan ho ang sinasabi natin, alignment. Bakit ba natin gusto bakit ba tayo nag-uusap ng logistics? Simply because of this, no? We want to make sure that we really make goods available and accessible and affordable. Sige lang. Next slide, please. So, when we talk about logistics, there's also supply chain. Logistics is only part of the supply chain. So, our perspective po in the Department of Department of Trade and Industry is, ano po ba yung supply chain? Right? Simple lang po, for all of us to be in the same room, no? We are in the same room. When we say supply chain, lagi pong sabi to sa amin ng mga teachers namin sa private sector. We work well with the private sector, and these are mainly all from what we learn from them. So, supply chain, magmula sa supplier, saan ang raw material mo, yung gumagawa ng produkto mo, yung manufacturer, yung distributor, kasi kinokolekta nila, binibenta ngayon sa wholesale o kaya retailer, hanggang makarating ho sa consumer. So that entire process is what you call our supply chain. And yan po yung binabantayan natin. Kasi ho, bago ho pumunta yung raw material sa manufacturer, distributor, retailer, ay kailangan ho i-transport yan. Kailangan hong sumakay yan ng land, sea, or air, or rail, at dadan ho sa kalye, sa tubig, o sa air, di ba po? And not only that, it is not only about the logistics or the distribution. Nandyan po pa yung warehousing. Di ba ho? Titigil ho yan sa warehouse, ilalagay sa cold storage, ipapak mo. Lahat ho yan is part of the logistics ecosystem. And what is more important, and which is, I think, the value of today's event, is the importance of information. Yan ho ay napakahalaga at this day and age when we are into tracking, into tracing. Where is our, pagka nag-order ka sa Lala Move at sinabing dapat ngayon, hindi pwedeng bukas. Kasi pag dumating sa bukas yon, magre-reklamo ka. Diba ho? So alam natin kung nasan yung mga produkto natin. Next slide. So there we go. No? So when we say alignment, it's not only the network. We are aligned in what we want to do as a goal. We are aligned in what the definition is. But let me just share you a little bit of our point of view on what is supply chain resilience. It is about adapting to disruption, that's one, disasters, and it is also about competitiveness. So ganun po kami mag-isip sa DTI Supply Chain Logistics Group when we say supply chain resiliency, that we are able to compete, no? To compete in the world market in the same manner as we are able to adjust when there are disruptions, no, that come along way. Next. So now we are now in the connect. So connect. According to the RACE Summit organizers, it's about connecting opportunities and nurturing networks to enhance collaborative transformation. So allow me to, this is actually the day that's been assigned, which is Connect. Ano po ba yung, what are we doing in the Department of Trade relative to supply chain efficiency and logistics? So let me just give you very briefly because, as I said, sobra ho kaming excited. So when, Dr. Teddy, thank you again for the invite because it allows us to share. Sige. So, alam niyo po, since we were organized as a group, the Secretary of Trade will always tell us, you know, the importance of supply chain in this country is so important because we are an archipelago. Think about it. Yung pong bansa natin, di siya madali, di ba? It's complicated. Di ba? It's complicated. Yung ibang bansa, landlocked sila eh. Tayo po, archipelago. So, bawat magpunta ka sa Luzon, punta ka ng Visayas, pupunta ka ng Mindanao, eh hindi lahat land. Kailangan mo either mag-aeroplano ka o magbarko ka. At hindi, and there's more. Yung bansa ho natin, not only are we an archipelago, that we have to be multimodal, kita nyo naman ng mga disruptions natin. Typhoon, di ba? Lindol, eruption, di ba ho? So, there are too many challenges in the country. So, when Michelle, I think, really said, you know, one of the, issue ho daw talaga ang logistics dito sa atin that your SMEs are saying. And this is the reason why, sabi nga ho namin sa team, one island, one nation. Kasi yung supply chain natin, di ba, very complicated tayo. So, ang ginagawa ho natin, sabi nga natin, brick by brick. So, can you imagine, we are all of us in the regions are here. I hope that this is a message to you to really let's help, you know, get together and really try to reduce logistics costs in the country and improve our supply chain. So, marami po kaming mga use cases, but I'd like to focus on something that is closest to your heart on agri and aqua. No? So, ang una po naming, I'd like to share with you about what we did for Region 2 Nueva Vizcaya. No? So I don't know if there's someone here from Region 2, but we're working a lot with the Nueva Vizcaya Agricultural Terminal. So ang ginawa ho namin sa NVAT, during the time na meron pa pong USAID, we created what we call NVAT Fresh Online. What our secretary at that time, Secretary Pascual, what he wanted us to do was to connect institutional buyers directly with the farmers. Alam niyo naman ho yung lagi nating nakikita, yung kamatis, nabubulok, o kaya naman maraming pong pasapasa. So ang sabi ho natin, why don't we use technology and, you know, make sure that the farmers directly are linked to the institutional buyers. So ganun ho yung ginawa namin, no, na we coordinated and worked with supermarkets so that diretso po sila sa NVAT. That is the largest agricultural terminal. It's called the Nueva Vizcaya Agricultural Terminal. So in other words, ito po yung nangyari, nagkaroon ho tayo ng NVAT Fresh Online. Hindi lang ho siya madali, no? Talagang nakita ho natin na it is important for the food terminals to actually do their own digital transformation. So yun ho ang sasabihin natin sa inyong lahat na if you are in an area when you have a food terminal, one of the things that you can actually do to help that food terminal is handhold their digital transformation. Can you imagine if the food terminals are bagsakans, no? And there are many, no? Marami po sa ating bansa. If they, if they are digitalized, no? If they are automated, can you imagine the information that will be very beneficial for all of us, no? So madami po, no? There are 350 farmers that we've assisted. Talaga hong pati ho yung crates. Iba po ang mag-deliver sa Divisoria at sa Balintawak. At iba po yung mag-deliver sa isang supermarket. Iba po yung criteria, iba po yung standards na dapat ay, that they should adhere to. So because of that, DTI really quite spent to make sure that we use plastic crates instead of that plastic. Doon ko lang ho na-realize yung palang word na bomba. Hindi ko alam niyo po ba yung bomba? Ang bomba daw po, yun yung pinapasok nila yung gulay, tapos yung gitna, bulok. So pagdating, bulok ho yung gitna. Diba? Hindi ho pwede yun sa supermarket kasi bawal ho yun, ibabalik ho nila yun. But in some cases. So yun ho yung mga na-discover naming mga practices which need to be changed. And we're very happy that, NVAT, the farmers of NVAT are really quite cooperative, no, in making sure that they are able to transform themselves, making sure that they are up to the standards. Okay, so very quickly, tapos na pala yung 20 minutes ko. So, okay, meron pong Gimaras. Yung Gimaras Mangos po, I understand na yung pong intellectual property ay one of your priorities. I remember when I was part of the Intellectual Property Advisory Council, yung pong issue ng commercialization, that's very important. And we have assisted Gimaras Mango because Gimaras Mango is, I think, the first, nakatatlo na po tayo ngayon na may geographical indication. So napakahalaga ho nito kasi kailangan matransport natin yung Gimaras Mango and we were able to work with partners like Airspeed and Fast Logistics to make sure that they are transported. Pati po yung Philippine Postal Corporation. Sige, mabilis na ako. So, nandyan din ho yung Misamis Oriental. Tinulungan ho namin para yung ating walis o silhig, mai-deliver sa ating government procurement. So, bumibili na po ang PSDBM ng local silhig na galing ng Hingoog. Next. Ito na po, marami pa po because I can go on. This one is Mindoro, and they said it's tuna, it's salt, and these are the things that we are really looking at in order to make sure that the supply chain is efficient para makarating ho, whether domestic or international. And then siguro ho ito, as the last slide of Connect, what's our vision? The vision is to have a connected and interoperable logistics ecosystem. Alam niyo ho, ang sinasabi ng private sector, dito lang ho sa Pilipinas kasi napakadami pong players. Paglabas ng kargamento sa pier hanggang makapunta po sa ating mga warehouse. Dapat ho sana yung mga systems na yan ay magkakausap para matatrack ho natin, kung nasaan na yung kargamento. So this is one of our vision. And if you're looking at possible innovation, this is one innovation that I think you can look into because this will really help the logistics ecosystem. Next. So I think I have a few more slides left, and this is sync. So we have what we call an IIPP framework. One of the things in your sync session is about policy. And in what I'm saying is everything in logistics is not only about roads, no, about investments in public or private infrastructure, investments in warehouses. It is also about policy making and also about human capital development. You know, I'm very happy because in the World Economic Forum, the jobs report, it says there that really there is a huge opportunity for those working in transport, no, and logistics, no. So that's a good thing to prepare for and making sure that we are future ready. I think that's my last slide. So definitely the Department of Trade and Industry is with you all. We would like us to align our goals to reduce logistics costs and ensure an efficient supply chain. We want, of course, for us to connect the entire archipelago and have an efficient supply chain through the power of technology. And last, you know, whether it's government or private sector, we want to sync our efforts to improve logistics through infrastructure, investments, policy, and people, using a whole of society approach. So again, to the organizers of this conference, to the Ray Summit with DOST Picard, to the sponsors, I remember Cavite State University, to all of you here today, thank you for listening, and I'm truly, truly grateful that you were invited here today. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Mary Jean T. Pacheco, for that insightful and empowering discussion. Ma'am, your message truly highlighted how innovation in logistics can create stronger, smarter, and more resilient MSMEs across the country. Maraming salamat po.
Indeed, it is amazing to see how technology can transform the way businesses move, grow, and connect, making our local enterprises more competitive, not just locally, but globally.
Ma'am Rax, at this point, we'll dive into our plenary discussion, where we will hear key takeaways and reflections from our speakers and explore how all these elements connect to a bigger picture of innovation and inclusive growth.
At this point, may we request our resource persons on stage, Mr. Ronald Daniel R. Mascareñas and Undersecretary Mary Jean T. Pacheco.
And to lead this dynamic and thought-provoking discussion, we are honored to have with us a respected academic and expert in agribusiness and innovation,
Dr. Lily Ann D. Lando,
who will serve as our moderator for this plenary session.
Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Lily Ann D. Lando.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, Bernard and Raquel. Okay. So we have very, very passionate speakers. Ay, kung hindi nyo na-feel yung passion, ewan ko na lang. Siguro hindi kayo gumising kanina. So our floor is open for questions. I'm sure everyone is very excited as well to be asking them questions. Anybody, come on. So we have Sir Mascareñas and we have Yusek Pacheco, all sharing wonderful experience. Yes, Sir Jonathan. Gagalingan na tanong, ha? Introduce yourself first, bro.
Thank you po. I am Jonathan Naiga from the Isabela State University. And I am very much interested with sa DTI po, no? This regards on the logistic associations of the Philippines, wherein how we could do some participations with regards on that particular services, so that we can bring our products from one place to another. And we want to know what is the requirement in terms of volume, or are you going to something like cater even though some trials to bring the products in other places, so that all TBI products can exchange in different areas. So it's just a matter of consolidating the products per regions and then exchange the products from one region to another regions. So, but the issue there is the logistics, so that on how we could bring these products in terms of considering catering the volumes. Kasi alam naman natin hindi pa ganun kalaki. We're just trying to introduce the products in different areas. So what is the strategy that we can do about this? Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I know again, sir, where you are from?
Isabela po, ma'am.
From Isabela po,
Sa Isabela po, Region
Region 2.
2. Region 2. So, ano po, sir, no? Thank you because I think what I can answer that very quickly is about our supply chain and logistics center. So, yung pong supply chain and logistics center, ito po ay medyo in the beta stage, so to speak, no? Kasi po, talagang what we really want to organize is really a brick and mortar center. However, ready na po kasi kami o nasa sa beta stage na nandyan po kami, we can be contacted through our website, to our portal, www.supplychainlogistics.dti.gov.ph, and also through our, is it here? Yan, it's here. Nag-plugging na po kami. Ayan po, meron po kaming special trunk line. Ito pong 7791, 3100, local 7252. Ito po yung supply chain and logistics center. So ano ho ba yung ginagawa nito? So number one ho, very specific, kung meron pong, if there are any enterprises who would need assistance relative to their logistics requirements, this is really why the center is for. No? Yan po talaga yan na we are able to provide the information. The thing about the information is, syempre hindi naman ho namin lahat alam, lahat. Kaya meron ho kaming call a friend, right? Meron ho kaming call a friend. For example po ang tanong, magkano ba yung magpa-deliver ako mula Isabela hanggang General Santos? Ganyan po yung tanong. At ang aking ipadadala ay 2 box ng bagoong. May bagoong ba ho sa Isabela? Meron ho yata. So, magkano? So, tatawag po ang SME, pwede ho kayong pumunta sa negosyo center, at yung negosyo center naman, pwede hong ibabato ho sa amin. But we need just a little bit of information that's very customized. So, alam ho natin, Isabela, to 2 boxes, ito po yung So, matutulungan ho namin kayo through our friends. No? At sasabihin ho namin, tatawagan ho namin yung mga friends. Nandyan po yung logistics provider, nandyan po. And then, we will provide the SME with options. Kami po sa DTI hindi nag-endorse ng kung sino, pero ang gagawin ho natin, kailangan yung SME po, siya po yung magpumili. So yun ho yung isa. So that's just one, and as I said, these are all customized because what we want to do is really to help. Yun yung sinasabi ng aming secretary na that we need to help the SMEs make informed decisions about their logistics requirements. So yun ho yung isa. At by the way, dagdag ko na rin doon na kasama ho sa aming center yung tinatawag naming meron ho kaming mga consultant, mga friends. Sir, baka gusto mong maging, sir, kasama ng guild. Mga pay it forward, no? Mga experts po that can help provide customized advice free of charge. So, yun ho. Sir, yung second, and I will definitely agree with you, alam niyo yung problema ho sinasabi ng mga logistics provider, backload. Yan po yung pinakamahirap na di-deliver nila, pero pagbalik, walang laman. So, isa ho yan sa ginagawa ho namin sa DTI. We are really, that's why I say to everyone here, yun hong consolidation is one of the things that we are moving towards and partnering with private sector. So, haba po pong kwento, sir. But just to make sure na you have someone that you can talk to, my card is there. I hope I'm so happy. You just do your QR and then it will go, and I hope you'll contact me po.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we have a supply chain and logistics center that is able to connect us with possible solutions. Ayan po. More questions? Please. Yes, ma'am. Eto, nakataas ang kamay.
Yes po, good morning po ma'am. For DT, I am Miss Elmira Banyok po of Visayas State University sa Region 8. So parang tumatawid kami sa San Juanico Bridge. Oo. So ang tanong ko ma'am is, di ba may association or may naka-sign na MOA po ng mga logistics corporation, so yung mga may-ari ng mga big trucks, 10-wheelers. So ang tanong ko is, mayroon po bang standardized pricing as to how much from point to point? Kasi nakaranas kasi ako ng pag-arrange ng logistics, no? So yung supplier namin is from Quezon City. Tapos hagilapan talaga ako sa pagkuha ng isang wing van. Kasi tinataga ako ng tinataga. Like, ay ma'am, yung presyo ganito. Tapos after a week, nagbago. Ma'am, ganito na pala ang presyo kasi hindi pumayag si gano'n na gano'n lang kasi lugi daw sila. So, parang mayroong bang ganong stipulation doon sa agreement?
So, wala pong standard rates, no? Kasi they will always say that it really depends on the volume of your cargo, no? So, yun ho yung isang dyan, tsaka yung distance. Yun po yung iba-iba po. So, ma'am, kagagaling nga ho namin, no, sa Eastern Visayas. Hindi ko na ho nakwento due to lack of time. One of the things that we are working on would be also in the disruption, no? So, yung pong San Juanico, so pinapunta ho kami ni Secretary doon kasi yung both the logistics and the SMEs, the manufacturers are really saying, oy, paano ba natin magagawa ng paraan? At mabuti naman ho at medyo nagagawa ng paraan. So, ma'am, ang masasabi ko lang hong immediate ko na advice is really the value of getting options. So, babalik ko ako, makakatulong kami dyan. Basta lang ho, kailangan lang ho talaga nating malaman kung ano yung details of your shipment, no? Yun pong volume, yung volume po, yung gaano kadami at gaano katagal, baka dapat ba ito i-aeroplano o pwede namang itong ibarko, di ba? O kaya pwedeng ilan, pero syempre, alam niyo naman na, irororo mo pa yon. So, yun ho, ma'am, no? So, I think one of the things that we can help you with would be options, yung options po.
Okay, thank you ma'am. There are no standards, but there are always options. Ayan. So pwede po tayo siguro mag-mix and match kung those things arise. Meron ba po tayong tanong? Meron tayong tanong? Oh, na-hangover kayo from yesterday? Iniisip pa ninyo yung inyong 10,000 award? Kay Sir Mascareñas, meron po ba kayong, like say, how do you figure how much you would spend for your CSR? Diba? Kasi syempre, niisip mo din, ako, baka kaya masyadong malaki ang pumunta doon, hindi kaya mag-take away naman from your income, ganun po ba? How do you figure?
Yung CSR need not be an expense. In our case, I put CSR as part of our marketing budget.
Oh.
So napakadaling, in my industry, we can spend a lot advertising na yung manok namin, yung
Masarap.
roasted chicken namin ang pinakamasarap. But our competitors can do the same. No, they can produce better promotional or advertising to make people believe na mas masarap nga yung manok nila kaysa sa amin. That is why we anchor yung CSR namin, ay yung marketing campaign, to love of country. So every time merong natural calamity, and it happens almost every day, in different parts of the country, pag may binagyo, we're the first na nasa evacuation centers because the DSWD normally makaka-organize yan the following day. But kami, andun na kami until such time that DSWD is able to organize. And those who follow me on Facebook dati, nilalagay namin na dito kami sa evacuation center ng Taal Volcano because of the eruption. Because we love our country. Kaya may sunog sa Cebu. Andun kami. Sa evacuation center, padala kami ng manok. No, photos. Because we love our country. Kaya may hashtag kami na Hindi lang naman basta hashtag yun eh. It's the meat of our marketing campaign. Puso para sa Pilipinas. Mahirap pantayan. No? Maglabanan tayo kung sino pinakamasarap na manok. And the truth is, maraming mas masarap kaysa sa amin in different parts of the country. But why is our product the dominant market leader? Pag samasamahin mo yung number 2 to number 10, our brand is still bigger than all of them combined. No? People patronize our product, hindi lang dahil masarap. Because it has an emotional connection to the public. Ito yung manok na may puso. May puso para sa Pilipinas.
Yes. Yeah.
That is why, lastly, sinasabi ko, doing good is good business.
Oh, may dadagdag tayong quotable quotes. Eto sir, meron pa tayong isang tanong, nahihiya daw siya. So, if you could share one piece of advice with young entrepreneurs striving to create a lasting impact, what would it be? Nax. Miss Universe question.
Sa akin ba yan?
Yes sir, sa inyo daw.
A lot of entrepreneurs will introduce a new product in the market. And alam nyo, ang common mistake is this. And I would relate that with our product. Ang totoo lang, mas maraming roasted chicken na mas masarap kaysa sa amin. Sa Davao, merong store doon na hindi talaga namin matalo. Pinipilahan. Ang pumupunta sa amin, spillover. Yung ayaw pumila, bibili sa amin. But why is it that our brand is the dominant market leader in the country? In business, it's not important that you are the best or ikaw ang pinakamasarap or you are the best product in the market. What is more important is you are different. Lulutang ka if you are different. You differentiate yourself. For example, sa roasted chicken, if you do a market research, anong klaseng manok ang ipapatronize ng mga Pilipino? Kung nakinig kami sa market research, kailangan charcoal roasted. Kailangan may sauce. We go against it, no? With the main objective of differentiating our product. Hindi kami. Yung amin, oven roasted para mas malinis. Yung amin, masarap na kahit walang sauce. So people remember us. Because we are the only one in the country.
Diba?
So, yun lang message ko. Being the best, hindi kailangan ikaw ang pinakamagaling, hindi kailangan ikaw ang the best na produkto. What is important is to communicate to the public that you are different.
Difference. Difference makes the difference. Ayan. Di ba? So again, another quotable quote. Oh, meron pa po tayong... ayun, meron. Sino yun? Yes, sir. Nasaan na yung ating mic?
Sabi lang po kay Sir. Pwede niyo pong
Good morning po sa ating plenary speaker. I am Ronald Pascual from University of Southern Mindanao. I have two questions from both respected speaker. To Ma'am, may I know what you can recommend if I see some very important equipment that I can only buy from Alibaba, for instance? How could I best get it from China to Mindanao, for instance? And to Sir Ronald Tocayo po, Mascareñas. It's good to hear a very patriotic person in your person, sir. I am a patriot myself. I have other things that to be given also to the country. I'm into advocacy of environment and mass education. I wonder if you have a minute that I can pitch for you that you can support later.
Thank you, sir. Sir, yung very, very focused yung inyong question about a particular equipment. Kaya nga ho, kami, natutuwa nga ho kami na dito ho sa Supply Chain and Logistics Center, we agree talaga in the power of our network, no po. So, in your party, offline ho na natin for easy, but yan, dahil meron ho kaming mga friends, we will need to do, kasi kailangan ho talang i-research, di ba ho? Kasi kung Alibaba lang po yung ating nire-research, kung meron naman po tayong mga friends na with a specific expertise in a particular industry, that you are looking at and where you're from, ano po bang equipment to? Diba? Equipment po ba to ng kape, ng kung anong equipment ho, we will be able to at least provide you with some sources, no? Yun yung value ng ating center na if we cannot, of course, with internet, madali po tayong mag-Google, no? But in this particular case, if we have experts that can help, and I certainly am hopeful that we shall be able to help you with that kind of expertise. Then yun po, no? Yun ho yung pwedeng gawin ng Supply Chain Center for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Si sir naman. Pwede daw po siyang mag-pitch sa inyo kasi meron po siyang advocacy, no? Na hopefully ay masuportahan daw ninyo, sir.
Pag-usapan natin mamaya, kabayan.
Ayan. So, again, we're running out of time. Let's give our plenary speakers, Sir Ronald and Ma'am Yusek Pacheco, for their time. Marami pong salamat aming mga speakers. And I think Sir Ronald will still be staying, so the rest of us can still have time to talk with him. At this moment, I'll give you back to our hosts, Dr. Bernard and Dr. Raquel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lilian D. Lando, and to all our esteemed speakers and panelists for that engaging and insightful plenary discussions. We have truly learned so much from the rich exchange of ideas, from innovation and logistics to marketing and regulation, all driving the growth of our agri-aqua enterprises.
That's right, and this morning's discussion have shown us that collaboration and technology continue to shape a more connected, sustainable, and future-ready innovation ecosystem.
And at this point, Sir Burns, we'd like to take a moment to recognize and express our gratitude to our resource speakers for their meaningful contributions to today's session.
And for this, may we call on Director Noel A. Katibog, Dr. Melvin Carlos, and Dr. Ruth B. Diego to please join us on stage for the awarding of the certificates.
Before we award the certificates, let me read a citation. The Department of Science and Technology Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development presents the Certificate of Appreciation to for sharing his expertise and valuable insights during the panel discussion and thereby contributing to the exchange of best practices and innovations in the agri-aqua sector, fostering regional collaboration and inspiring stakeholders to pursue transformative strategies for sustainable agri-aqua enterprise development. Given this 14th day of October 2025 during the Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement or RACE Summit Week at Hotel Casiana, Tagaytay City, Cavite. Let's start with Mr. Ronald Daniel R. Mascareñas.
Thank you very much, sir. A big hand, please, for Mr. Ronald Daniel R. Mascareñas. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now let's move on to Undersecretary Mary Jean T. Pacheco. Ma'am? Congratulations and thank you once again to our resource speakers for sharing your time, expertise, and inspiration with us today. Thank you very much, Dr. Katibog, Dr. Carlos, and Dr. Diego.
Yes, Ma'am Rax, and up next is a vibrant and dynamic performance that showcases culture, rhythm, and movement. Let's give it up for Cavite State University Dance Troupe. Thank you very much for that colorful and energizing performance from CVSU Cultural Dance Troupe. Nakaka-proud, di ba, Ma'am Rax? And now from strengthening logistics and supply chains, we move now to another equally important aspect of business success, one that helps products stand out, tell their story, and connect with their audience.
Yes, Sir Burns, because no matter how good a product is, its success also depends on how it's presented through design, packaging, and branding that capture both identity and innovation.
That's right, and to share her expertise and creative insights on product packaging, labeling, and branding, we are delighted to introduce a design and innovation leader from the Design Center of the Philippines. She is a dedicated public servant with over 20 years of experience spanning the packaging and printing industry, science research, project management, and design-led development. She currently serves as Supervising Industrial Design Specialist at the Design Innovation Division of the Design Center of the Philippines under the Department of Trade and Industry, where she leads initiatives in product development, packaging materials, innovation, and MSME capacity building.
Before joining the Design Center, she held key positions at the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology, where she contributed to advancing research infrastructure programs, stakeholder engagement, and interagency collaborations. Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, please welcome our next plenary speaker, Ms. Ido Queen Tabanyag Eda.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So it's good to be here. As what Yusek said earlier, to align, connect, and sync. So before I start my presentation, let me first show you this video presentation. Sige na lang ulit. Okay, I'll just play it later na lang. So, let me start my presentation po. The Science Center of the Philippines is a national government agency attached to the Department of Trade and Industry. So we are mandated to champion design from promoting the value of good design and onto inspiring creative industries to create human-centered products. So we are here to promote design to improve human experience, to enable inclusive and sustainable economic growth, and to ensure that design plays its role as a creative, strategic, and innovative tool for economic development. With a portfolio of spanning over 5 decades, the Design Center is even more committed to providing design excellence through the work that we do for our stakeholders and partners. So these are the MSMEs, designers, creative industries ecosystem. From pioneering design in the Philippines, its various phases and focus, Design Center aspires to reposition the Philippines into the new era of creativity, design, and innovation. As we pursue our craft, sorry. So as we pursue our craft, we are guided by the public and private partnership. So we are guided by the Design Advisory Council, the country's very own design think tank, and it is composed of the 9 public sector representatives from the DTI, DepEd, NCCA, DOST, SciTem, CHED, DOT, IPOPhil, and Design Center. And we also have private sector representatives on education, object making, image making, place making, technology, and services systems design. So these are our services. So we provide long-term guidance to promote national awareness on the use of design as a strategic tool. So we contribute to design policy making. And we also have our design innovation, where we combine creativity and strategy to bring together businesses to improve the quality of life. So sa design innovation, we do the R&D on materials and product development. We also have the design promotion. In design promotion, we connect the Filipinos to good design and Philippine design to the world. So the Design Center brings culture and consciousness to every Filipino, and we encourage design awareness across all communities. We emphasize on the relevance and the importance of good design in creating human-centered products and services that support business innovation, environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and economic growth. So under the design services, we enrich the capacity of the designer community and provide design services for public good. The Design Center extends to MSMEs, designers, manufacturers, and the public the appropriate services to boost the standards of Philippine products and services. So lastly, we also nurture design professionals and next generation designers. And we provide continuing education and intensive training to design students, emerging designers, and practicing professionals to ensure the industry's agility to meet the ever-changing demands of today's creative economy. Our services are designed to support innovation, so we offer design consultancy for product development. We also help in visual identity and branding, and then materials innovation. We also provide training on packaging and labeling and marketing readiness. And then we assist in IP protection. And we participate in trade events and design promotion platforms. So we bring your products to these promotion platforms. Specifically, under our design services, we offer a suite of creative services. So they are the image making. So nandito po yung branding, graphics, packaging, and label design. And then we have the object making. So we have product design and development for gift, home and decor, furniture, lighting, fashion, wearables, food, health, and wellness. And then we also do the place making or assist you with your booth design and layout, exhibition space and layout, and visual merchandising. Packaging, labeling, and branding are not just technical requirements. So they are a strategic tool that shape how our products are perceived, protected, and positioned in the market. Packaging protects product integrity, enhances shelf appeal, and supports logistics. Labeling ensures regulatory compliance, informs consumers, and builds trust. And branding, perhaps, is the most emotional layer, so they communicate values and drives loyalty to your customers. For MSMEs, these elements are not optional because they are enablers of scale, export readiness, and competitiveness in value-added markets. When done right, design becomes a bridge between local ingenuity and global opportunity. So here are some samples of our packaging and labeling intervention. So we have also sample business branding. So we have from packaging to logo to social media posting. And we also do branding or the placemaking. So this one is from logo, and sa store po mismo yung itsura po ng display sa store. So as discussed, packaging and labeling and branding are powerful tools for MSMEs, not just for market visibility, but for building trust and competitiveness. However, today, so design must also respond to the evolving policy landscapes. So there is this RA 11898 or the EPR law, which institutionalize the extended producer responsibility for plastic packaging waste. Its core purpose is to shift accountability upstream, making producers responsible not just for creating these packaging products, but also for ensuring the recovery, diversion, and proper end-of-life management. EPR is not just a compliance challenge, it is a design opportunity. It invites producers, designers, and MSMEs to rethink packaging system or sustainability, circularity, and innovation. So by designing packaging for reuse, recyclability, and material recovery, we unlock new value chains and position Filipino products for responsible growth. So what does EPR mean for design? It's not just about meeting recovery targets, it's about rethinking how we create packaging from the ground up. Design choices directly support compliance and circularity, from simplifying materials to choosing low-impact inputs. We'll all look out at how packaging can be both functional and regenerative, protecting not just the product, but the planet. Our design innovation team is actively pursuing materials innovation and design solutions generated by creative and strategic idea exploration, along with our safeguarding Filipino intellectual property. And we have this in two tracks. So we have the materials research and development and the design research and development. So one of our flagship project is the Piñapel. So this material is from discarded pineapple leaves. So this project is a testament to how agri-waste can be transformed into value-added packaging. We've collaborated with farmers, MSMEs, and converters to pilot application. So our goal is to help position Filipino products, particularly sustainable packaging, in the global market. So this is our value chain for the Piñapel, and it offers two complementary pathways, the artisanal and the industrial pathways. For the artisanal route, this empowers MSMEs and communities through low-tech fiber extraction and handcrafted packaging. And the industrial route, it enables scalable production. So these pathways, both of these pathways are circular. So they transform agricultural waste into high-value materials while advancing Filipino innovation and inclusive sustainability. So these are the products that we produced so far under the Research Innovation Division. So these are our material exploration outputs. So you can see a variety of products produced from an agricultural waste from discarded pineapple leaves. So through the years, ito na po yung mga naging outputs. And aside from developing these products, we have also developed our supply chain for home. We also have for biocomposites, for fashion, and then for packaging. So these are already the packaging materials produced from simple pineapple leaves. So to date, these are the accomplishments of this initiative. So we have 17 MSMEs partners with 7 large enterprises, 11 government agencies, and 13 designers, producing 57 industrial designs, 6 trademarks, 157 copyright deposits, 3 utility models. So isipin lang natin na simpleng pineapple leaves lang, so madami tayong magagawa. So we can replicate this with our other agricultural wastes. So simple, pag may produce tayo, pag may dinesign tayo, we also need to protect our design. And we are here at the Design Center to assist you with the design protection. So we have our Innovation and Technology Support Office who has been assisting MSMEs. So these are the ITSO services which you may tap. So we have intellectual property searching, design, we have drafting, copyright deposit, intellectual property filing, and then IP awareness training or seminar. So as Design Center, we have now a total of 443 industrial designs, 30 utility models, 21 trademarks, and 361 copyright deposits. So here are just some of the industrial designs, utility models, and trademarks. And then also let me share with you some of the awards and recognitions of the Design Center. So we had the D&AD Future Impact Awards for the PINAPEL for efforts in environmental sustainability and sustainability. And then we have intellectual property citation as the top industrial design filer from 2017 to 2024. And then we have the Gold Prize, First Asian Korean is Excellent Design Exhibition Award for packaging of the Unoy rice. And then we have a winner for Beyond Plastic Award 2021, Most Innovative Approach to the Goal of Reducing Plastics Growth Sprout made from Piñapel also. And we also have another initiative. So it's a aquatic plant from Cagayan. So we made products out of it. So similar din sa Piñapel, but its track is on the other side. And then in 2023, the Piñapel was a nominee at the Index Award under the community category for supporting decent work and economic growth. So these are the opportunities for raised TBIs and ecosystem partners. For TBIs and incubators, so we recommend that you integrate design early in product development, co-develop sustainable packaging pilots, and build branding strategies for market entry. And for support institutions, we propose harmonization of labeling standards with design tool, aligning of incentives with circular outcomes, finance design-led upgrades, and promote sustainable packaging and trade platforms. So again, design is a strategic enabler, not just of sustainability, but of market access, innovation, and inclusive growth. Let's build an ecosystem that empower MSMEs and elevate Filipino innovation. So we invite you to connect with the Design Center, magtulungan tayo, and let's co-create the future of agri and aqua industry. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idol Queen Tabanyag Eda, for that inspiring and creative presentation. Of course, your designs and in packaging and branding truly reminded us that innovation isn't just about what we make, it's also about how we present it to the world. Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Yes, Sir Burns. And before we totally let go of Ms. Eda, let's watch a video presentation. Do we have the video presentation?
Nakita ko yung may pula kasi original yung tela namin, dito lang, ginagawa. Pero pag sa mall ka na, pag display nila, nakakatuwa din. Ang hirap pero minamahal na nila.
Pangarap na paggawa ng kaya kami maging isang industry. At saka sana mag-export kami ng mga kaya nun sa ibang bansa.
Your appreciation for all these communities provided that inspiration to continue what they're doing.
What we also want to show through this project is really the Filipino value of malasakit, or the compassion of like what we do with the earth, what we do with our resources, as well as how do we provide a unique voice, a unique design perspective in global discourse of design. It's really a testimony to circular design. So circular design and PNFF is about, it's not just about what we take away from the soil, but it's actually what we can put back into the soil to make it richer and to make it better for future generations.
Compassion really inspires us one. Malasagan nila yan. Kasi every time I see a patient there in Regional Hospital, especially in China, nakakaawa. They don't have money for the treatment. That triggers me. Even for that a single piece of design of product that could give them comfort as well as convenience for the family. Yun ang pinaka-core ng product na natin ito kung possessing na wala sa ibang bansa. Dito lang talaga sa Pilipinas ang
It is with that hope that we would like to chart a course of impactful community engagements, allowing the community to come into its own as we mirror to the world who we are, what we're about, what makes us tick, and eventually yield social returns of investment and the quality of life that we aspire to give our kids and the people we care about.
Yeah, once again, thank you very much, Miss
Wow.
Idol Queen, for that presentation.
Yes, Sir Burns, it's amazing how creativity and design can bring stories to life and help our local products shine on the global stage.
Correct. But before we proceed, Ma'am Rax, to the next speaker, pwede bang pakicheck ang inyong mga katabi? Pakitingnan nga kung gising pa at pakikulbit. Gising na. Oh. Ayan.
Yes, sir, because understanding regulatory processes is a key step toward strengthening our innovation and commercialization efforts. And it helps our agri-aqua enterprises reach more markets with confidence and integrity.
That's correct, because innovation doesn't stop at production. It extends all the way to how we move, store, and deliver our products efficiently, sustainably, and inclusively.
And to share her expertise and perspective on this crucial topic, we are honored to introduce a respected leader from one of the country's top logistics companies, known for its commitment to sustainable technology-driven operations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next plenary speaker as she delivers her talk on logistics, innovation for inclusive and sustainable enterprise development, the Vice President for Business Process and System Management of Royal Cargo Incorporated, Miss Antoinette Lourdes C. Ayos. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, everyone. So, I'm from Royal Cargo. I'm here today to connect and sync to our USEC Pacheco. So, today, I know everyone is into the supply chain and logistics. Thank you for inviting me today to speak about one of the major and critical role of the logistics here in the Philippines. So today I'll be discussing agri-aqua logistics innovation. So Royal Cargo is a supplier of trucks and warehousing. So I'll talk about more on warehousing and distribution. All right, so can you go to the next? Okay, I'll be discussing three major role of logistics in our industry, in the private sector. One is smart warehousing and cold chain. So we have a lot of cold chains. We have in Cavite, Laguna. We also have in North Hub. So next, in the warehousing and cold chain, what we normally do is we ensure that all the products na pinaghirapan ng ating mga farmers, of our fishers, will maintain its freshness and ensures that we deliver in full and in time. From the farm to the market or farm to the table. So that's B2B or B2C. Next is our reliable transport management. Royal Cargo also have a lot of trucks. We have reefer trucks, we have four-wheeler, we have wing bands, so you name it, from cold to dry trucks. Next is our farm-to-market digital platforms. So for us to ensure reliability of our logistics service, we need to ensure that our technology is up and rise. Okay, so we are governed by, for me, being a smart warehouse and a cold chain, we should be able to comply to government requirement or regulatory. Can you go next? First, of course, our cold storages are accredited by BIFAR. So I hope some from BIFAR agency are here. So what do? We ensure that we have the license to operate, to store fish and aquatic products. So if you guys have a business related to fish and fisheries aquatic products, make sure that if you engage to a warehousing or a facility, they are certified and they have the license to operate. Can you go next? For storage of fruits and vegetables, we are accredited by BPI, our Bureau of Plants and Industry. So you also have to be accredited to ensure that your storage will maintain the freshness of the products. Sayang naman ang pinaghirapan ng ating mga magsasaka at ating mga mangingisda kung masisira lang ang product nila. Okay? Next. You know, in cold storage for several years, we are focusing more on the meat and meat products. But the landscape has, can you go next? But the landscape have changed. Marami na po talagang healthy living. You know, we've opted to eat fresh and healthy foods just like fish and vegetables. So from previous years that we are into meat product storage, which is governed by National Meat Inspection. Can you go next? We've transitioned into storage of fish, agri and aquatic products. But we also have a lot of meat imports products. So the one that is the raw materials being used to produce, you know, meat products, we store those raw materials. Can you go next? Okay, this is just the sample of the license to operate. Okay, this is for the National Meats Inspection governed by NMIS. All right, so again, if you are going to engage to a cold chain, make sure they have this. Okay, next. Now we talk about the storage, our cold chain. There are types of storage facilities that includes cold warehouses for meat, seafoods, fruits, agri-aqua, RTE, ready-to-eat products, and dry warehouses. So we also have dry and cold warehouses. We also have Parma Logistics. It was built during the pandemic, so we also house, maintain, and store medicines, and even clinical trials. Can you go next? The capability of make sure the warehouse or the cold storage that you will engage into is not only a storage, but they also have the capability to a value-added services, such as blast freezing. You know, blast freezing is quick freezing of the products to maintain and to prolong the life of the product. We also do sorting and packing. Traditionally, we do blast freezing. We put all the products, the agri-aqua products, into a big chamber room. We put it at -30 to -40 degree, like 2 to 3 hours. Pag lumabas po yan, hard frozen. Okay, that's what we do. Now we've introduced liquid, in Asia and other countries, they are now using, we call it liquid nitrogen freezing. Mas mabilis. If before we're waiting like 2 to 3 hours before it will be blast freeze, we're just waiting like 20 minutes. Okay? So, also inventory and supply management, which are all essential. Can you go next? So this is just a sample of what we have into the aqua side. So we store, this is tamban, okay? From the port, it goes direct to our warehouse. We do the sorting, we do the packaging, we do the layering, and we do the blast freezing. Okay? And then the storage. So at times that our client wanted these products be out to the market, then we will deliver. So that's how we do warehousing and logistics. Can you go next? So this is the blast, that's the chamber that will be set into -30 to -40. We wait for 2 hours. When it comes out, hard frozen. That will extend the shelf life of the product. So that's the storage. For the agri, we also store onions. These came from Pangasinan and Nueva Ecija. So you know, nakaka-proud lang yung mga farmers natin ngayon kasi before, we engage into cooperatives and depositors. So sila yung mga namimili ng mga harvest and then maybe they buy it to the farmers. I don't know what price is that. And then sila yung kausap namin sa cold storage. Now we are, those farmers already go out of the box. Pumupunta po sila mismo sa warehouse namin and then they see from themselves paano i-handle and extend the shelf life of their products. So sila talaga, makikita talaga namin the hands and the feet of those farmers really knowing how are they going to extend the life of their products. So, pag dumating ang mga products na yan, they go inside our warehouse, we do the packing, we do the sorting, we do the weighing, we put it inside our storage. It will wait like 3 to 6 months. Pwede pa siyang gamitin. Unlike before, there's a lot of spoilages, product losses. Again, sayang ang ang output nila. So that's how we do. So that's how we store. That's inside our warehouse. Can you go next? So now, of course, you have to have a robust warehouse management system. What is WMS? You do warehousing and management system. So every time you wanted to know what's your inventory level, you have the system to support. You don't need to go inside the warehouse, nasa na ba siya, nandito siya, wala siya dito. So you should have a system ready to tell you where the stocks are. Okay, so this is just a device that we used. Can you go next? Now this is what I'm talking about, the liquid nitrogen So it's an innovative cooling methods for fresh produce. So you can do meat, fish, vegetables. So this is a new technology. Royal Cargo is now studying to engage into this so that we can blast freeze massive volume of products. Okay? Can you go next? Okay, just a disclaimer. This is a picture taken from Nippon Sanso, the supplier of this equipment. So as you can see, these are the freezing time. From 90 minutes, it can be reduced to 20. So the more volume, the merrier. Ibig sabihin, mas marami kaming kita. Okay, because we store and we blast freeze, of course, may cost po iyan, no? But mas productive, mas efficient because of that technology. Okay? So can you go next? If you want some information, you can go directly and keep in touch with Nippon Sanso. So this is a sample of a continuous production of a durian pulp and a wool. So before we do packaging, we do layering. Here, you just put it inside that technology, that equipment, and then you wait 20 minutes, then boom, you already have your blast freeze via liquid nitrogen product. Then we store to the storage. Can you go next? So this is for cuttlefish with glazing. So just the same. What are the costs? Of course, the machine, and then the liquid nitrogen, and the electricity. Okay? Can you go next? So again, disclaimer, because I've asked them if I put this. So this is actually an advertisement for them. So I've just researched if in the Philippines we're already using it. So these are the countries that are already using that technology. There's spiral freezer, we go tunnel freezer. Why? Because each and every product has their own dimension and size. So the machine or the equipment has to be designed into the product that you process in the freezer. Right? So can you go next? So let me go to the logistics transportation. So that's the warehousing, that's the cold storage. Now we go to, after all of it done, we've received, we've packed, we've layered, we've blast freeze, we store. Now we will distribute. Our client will now tell, okay, the products will now go to the market or direct to the client or to the consumers. As mentioned, there's a lot of vehicle types for cold chain. We are now gearing towards e-vehicle, kasi yan ang uso. And of course, we love our country, we love the nature. So our company is now gearing towards transitioning into electronic vehicle. Of course, other than you have the vehicle, you have to ensure that your vehicle can be tracked. That you know every time it goes out of your warehouse, you should know where is it as of this time. That's the problem. Sometimes our drivers, the vehicles, you can nowhere to be found. No? So we actually have logistics optimization where we have our trucks equipped with GPS, track, routing capability, temperature control, so all of that. So we don't want to break the chain. Diba? Kasi we store it already in a very controlled temperature, and yet, during the delivery, matutunaw lang siya or matoto out lang siya. There's no sense breaking the cold chain, okay? Kasi sayang. All the efforts from the start will be just garbage at the end. Okay, so we have the efficient routing and scheduling because sometimes if you go to one route, you have to do milk run. Meaning, say for example, you will deliver to Alpha Mart, and there's a lot of Alpha Mart, all over Luzon. So we do route optimization and route scheduling. So if you go to, say, Tagaytay, we have here like 500 meters, 2 meters, there's already Alpha Mart. So what we do, we ensure that our system are equipped with clustering and optimization para tipid po sa gas or sa diesel. Okay? So we also do product integrity assurance. Again, we maintain the temperature. Our reefer vans and our insulated vans are equipped with high-functioning cooling system to ensure that we maintain the temperature. Okay? Can you go next? This is just a sample of what we have in one truck. They have the tablet, they have the units, they have the GPS. What you just need is a cell phone. So each and every drivers, I suppose they have cell phone. So you cannot drive with Royal Cargo if you don't have a cell phone. Because that equips where you're going to deliver, where you're going to pick up the items, to whom are you going to talk to. So giving them all the digital information in one platform. Can you go next? Next. Next. So sustainability, on my third points, I said sustainability and digital integration. So because Royal Cargo already equipped our logistics industry to serve our client, may it be modern trade, general trade, meat processor, and all the trades that we manufacturing. So all of those, we ensure that we connect with them seamlessly. So if they have their system or technology, we ensure that we integrate to them. And they don't need to change the system because we cannot connect. All right, so can you go next? So these are just the solutions, digital solutions that we have. I've discussed already our WMS, our track, which is our delivery management system, the integration, the demand planning and auto-replenishment tool. This is what we use for manufacturing, and the smart sortation system. Smart sortation system, we use this for our clients that is more on e-commerce because we can integrate to Lazada, Shopee. So if our cold chain, our agri and aqua ecosystem, businesses can also go into e-commerce, that will be great. All right, so I think that ends my presentation. I just would like to tour you in one of our 3 of our facilities in cold chain. Can you play the video? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you also for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Miss Antoinette Lourdes E. Ayos, for that inspiring and forward-looking discussion. Your insights on logistics innovation truly highlight how efficiency and sustainability can go hand in hand, ensuring that our MSMEs can deliver not just products but real impact to communities.
That's right. So logistics may be the backbone of business operations, but what really connects products to people, what drives awareness, desire, and trust is marketing.
Exactly. And for our next plenary, we'll explore how MSMEs can strengthen their marketing strategies to create stronger brands, reach wider audiences, and make their innovations truly stand out.
To lead us in this discussion, we are honored to welcome a distinguished academic and marketing expert who has mentored countless entrepreneurs and business leaders in building impactful marketing campaigns.
Our next speaker is an academician, researcher, and marketing professional. He is affiliated with the Department of Marketing and Advertising.
Outside academia, Dr. Guillen is active in industry and professional service. He is also a certified marketing professional and has held leadership and consultant roles in marketing, admissions, and strategies.
Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, to talk about integrated marketing of MSME products, let us welcome the professor from the Marketing and Advertising Department of De La Salle University, Manila,
Dr. Nelson B.
Guillen Jr.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Gising pa ba kayo? Okay, welcome to the exciting part. Welcome to the wonderful world of marketing. Okay, marketing and communication. By the way, aside from being a professor, I'm also a consultant, and I have my own little business, okay? A startup business also, so I can relate to the others. Okay, so let me begin. Okay. Okay, so once again, good morning. It's almost noontime. So I'll talk about integrated marketing communication, and perhaps I can give some tips later on how you can amplify your respective campaigns. So we're trying to bridge innovation and market impact. Okay. All right, so we all know this. This is the Picard framework that we follow, the R&D consortia. I've been talking about this for almost 2 years already, or more than a year. Okay, so we follow the IMC framework to attract, engage, and delight target customers, whether it's B2B, government, or B2C. Okay, so what is IMC? Once again, this is just a review. So when you talk about IMC, oh, sorry, there's a delay. Okay, when you talk about IMC, it's about consistent messaging, okay, across all platforms in your campaign. Whether it's online or offline, your messaging should be consistent. Parang pabaliktad, sorry. I need some help. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I know I have only 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay. From the American Marketing Association, when you say marketing, it's about making sure that your messages are actually consistent, whether it's online or offline. And it has to be seamless experience. What your customers see online should be consistent offline. I remember a particular company, I won't mention the name, yung promotion niya online was so enticing. But when I went to their store, iba yung lumabas. They don't honor the promotion. That's a bad example of what we call omni-channel. Okay? Kasi the experience should be consistent. Okay, so what your customers see online or offline should be consistent, just like in IMC, just like your messaging. Okay. Oops. All right. Pabalik siya. Oh, I see. Baliktad nga. Okay. Okay, let me just try to navigate this out, okay? Okay, see, these are the normal steps or the usual steps in communication. The very essential or the very essence of IMC is you know your target market. Where they are located, what are they doing, what are their hobbies or interests. If you're talking about the government or the buyers, anong ginagawa nila? Nasaan sila? Anong platform or social media network sila engage? You have to know their target market and you have to know your objective. Whether your objective is about brand awareness, public relations, or even brand switching, okay? It has to be a clear criteria of whom do you want or whom do you wish to appeal. And then you have to choose your channels. The decision on what channels to utilize depends on your objective and number two, your budget. Okay? And then maximize, go with the campaign. I remember what Sir Mascarenas mentioned about being different. That's what marketing is all about. You don't have to be the best. You have to be different. I dare you to be different. Okay? You challenge what is customary. Sometimes in marketing, the craziest idea work. Ano pa ba yung hindi nagagawa? And in any campaign, you should stand out. Okay? So these are the common lines in marketing. There's above the line or what we call traditional advertising. Okay? That's TV, print, radio. Usually, the reach is high, but the consideration here is budget. If you're going to maximize TV, of course, you need to have ample of budget. But if you talk about below the line, this talks about niche marketing. These are the inexpensive ways or targeted ways on how you can reach your audience directly. Okay? The examples of these are email marketing, public relations, direct marketing, kung ano yung pinaka-applicable sa product ninyo. And you also have through the line. Okay? Yung through the line, these are digital marketing events that you can go nationwide or you can go through a particular niche. Okay? So these are some examples. Tanong, kailangan ba to lahat meron kayo? No. It doesn't have to be everything here. You can just select whatever is appropriate or applicable to your product or to your services. Okay? Whether it's advertising, whether it's events, you have to choose. Okay? Of course, bakit tayo nag-IMC? It's very obvious because you cannot sell to everybody. If you try to sell to everybody, that will be very, very expensive. And when you try to come up with a communication campaign, an IMC campaign, how will you get their attention? In the sea of distraction, how can you get the attention of these passerbys or these people? That's why the role of IMC is, targeting the right customer at the right time with the right message and the right or appropriate channel. It's like this particular example, which I presented previously. It's not just important to have one key messaging. Kailangan repetitive. Kailangan paulit-ulit. Aside from, the green bird is telling the blue bird, I'm a great singer, but that's not enough. You need follow-up. You need consistency in terms of messaging. You need PR. You need advertising. You even need branding to convince your target market or target customer that yes, your product is better than the competition. And of course, again, I keep on saying this, when you talk about marketing, it should be omni-channel. Whatever they see online, it should be consistent offline. Okay, and because the buyers nowadays, the customers, they are empowered to choose which channel they want to transact. So remember your payment gateway, it's also important, no? And of course, when you talk about the customer journey, it depends, okay? If you're creating an awareness about, let's say, peanut brittle, enhanced peanut brittle, so nandito yan sa awareness. Baka naman you want to use online ads or the traditional word-of-mouth marketing. Or kung about retention yan, baka you have a loyalty program. It depends on the step, on the customer journey, whether you want to use in terms of what channel to maximize or what channel to use. Okay? And then for traditional versus technology marketing, because I only have a limited time, no? When we talk about technology marketing, it's not just about, I have a product, promote this. No. You really have to, of course, create ways on how you can engage with your target market. Minsan, hindi sila ang lalapit, ikaw ang lalapit. In what ways? I'll tell you later. Okay? And remember that when you talk about budgets in the integrated marketing communication system, when you talk about the new age marketing, we work with smaller budgets. Thanks to the power of technology and AI, because we can actually come up with cost-efficient campaigns. Okay, so this is the definition of what marketing is. Alam natin kung ano ito. It's actually, for the basic definition of marketing, it talks about the study of a market and the exchange process that happens between the buyer and the seller. And for market discovery, very, very important. If you have an innovation, okay, if you have a product to introduce in the market, anong meron dyan na dapat bilhin? What do you have that others don't have? How can it uplift or empower the lives of your target audience or your target market? And of course, you need to study or have a little research, market research about your customers, where they are, what are they doing, ano yung mga common pain points nila, okay, when purchasing a product. Is it about the logistics or about inefficient pricing system? Ano ang gusto mong i-bridge? Anong gap ang gusto mong i-solve? Okay? And then, of course, remember, in IMC, okay, because you cannot, of course, take a deeper dive on IMC without understanding the basics of marketing. Okay? So there are 3 principles that I want to highlight here. Okay? Number 1, lagi, okay, is principle of customer value. When you say principle of customer value, okay, ano yung needs and wants ng customers mo? Okay? Ano yung gray area na gusto mong bigyan ng solution? That's what customer value is. Okay? Second principle, differentiation. How differentiated you are as a product. Kung bagong innovation to, bagong produkto to, okay, bakit dapat kang bilhin? Hindi yung kalaban mo. What's your unique selling proposition? And then, the third principle is the principle of STP, which means segmenting, targeting, and positioning. Okay? It talks about segmentation, okay? Finding the commonality among, kung merong opportunity to sell to Gen Z, ang tanong, sinong Gen Z? Anong klaseng Gen Z? Kasi malawak ang Gen Z. Gen Z in Metro Manila? Kasi hindi pwedeng lahat. You have to be very specific. And then, try to position it in such a way that it would be remembered. Okay? So, kapag alam niyo yung 3 principles na ito, it's easy to play around with the tools of marketing, product, price, place, promotion. If you want to include other P's, physical evidence, people, packaging, it's up to you. Okay, you can go beyond 4 P's. Okay, next slide. This is how you segment your target market. Okay? This is what we call segmentation, or S. For some, you already know this. Segmentation, you cluster them based on commonality like demographics, psychographics, where they are located, their lifestyle maybe, their age, their gender. You can actually classify or cluster them according to these characteristics. And then, how do you target? Kapag nagtapos ka na sa segmentation, the next letter is letter T. T stands for target market. Kapag nakita mo yung commonality among those segments that you have identified, you can come up now with what we call buyer persona or target persona. Kung merong particular representative ng target market mo, sino siya? Anong pangalan niya? Okay? Just like this. Example. Ano yung pain points niya? Ano yung demographics niya? Ano yung buying habits niya? If it's from the government, anong klaseng official to? Decision maker ba? Okay? So you have to be clear. Ang tanong dyan, paano kayo makakuha ng information? There are so many ways to get data nowadays. Okay? So how do you position? Ang positioning kasi is, how would you like your customers to remember you as a brand? For the MSMEs here, very, very particular yung tagline. Kaya nga may mga jingle, may mga color, may mga ginagamit na kung ano-anong mga techniques para matandaan ng customer yung produkto. Minsan pati pagsasayaw, ginagawa. Okay? Pwedeng yung tagline mo, pwedeng happiness. Okay? Pwedeng, you remember RightMed? RightMed became popular because of their jingle, right? So they have like a slogan or tagline or a catchphrase that makes that product memorable or stand out from the rest. Chooks to go, masarap kahit walang sauce. Na kinontes ng gardenia. Oh, alam ko yon. Okay. Ayun. Ayun. Okay, in positioning, what matters most is how your product is being ranked in the mindset of your customers. Meron tayong tinatawag na consideration set or evoke set. Okay? Kapag nagutom siya, top three fast food chains in mind, Jollibee, Burger King, McDo. Kung ako Wendy's, I find that problematic because bakit di mo ko naisip? That's why paulit-ulit ang advertising, paulit-ulit ang marketing efforts para matandaan. Matandaan tayo na pag kinailangan ng customer at nagkaroon siya ng pera, bibili niya yung product. Okay? So look at these examples. Think different. Walmart, finger-licking good, di ba? Para madali silang matandaan. It's for them to stand out. And not only the taglines, pati yung mga activities nila. Minsan kakaiba. Okay? Your communication appeal can be informational or transformational. Pag sinabi mong transformational, ito yung gumagamit ka ng slice of life, humor, comedy, or anything that would actually spark their interest to buy. Pag informational appeal, diretso yan. Buy one, take one, bundling, as simple as that. Okay? Where can you find data about your customers? Well, you can actually do a survey, but if survey is not available, you can actually use publications. Okay? You can use associations like Go Negosyo. You can actually check your competitor, okay? Social platforms in terms of social listening, and even what your competition is doing, okay? You can also use AI. Pro tip, if your business is new, make sure that you are into Google Business. Nasa mapa kayo pag hinanap kayo. Okay, may street view, may information, kahit wala pang website, as long as it's searchable in Google. Okay. And then, of course, my take on strategy, if you want to have like a lean marketing strategy, you can use the business model canvas to identify what you want to do. This is actually what we call a framework use. It's a sheet or a one-page pitch on your target audience, your customers, your strengths, and even your weaknesses. Okay? So as a consultant, I also do this. I also give the companies that I'm handling different techniques. Okay, how you deliver messages and choose channels for IMC? There are plenty, okay? You know the decision-making process, right? Pero ang importante dito, how will you stand out? Okay? So, with that being said, we have what we call urgency marketing. Okay? Urgency marketing, I discussed this before with the consortias. Okay? With the consortium, rather. Urgency marketing is actually the trend nowadays. If you remember Agoda, 20 minutes i-hold namin yung special rate mo. That's an example of an urgency marketing. Okay? And you can use actually a lot of examples. Like sales end tonight, only 5 left in stock. First 100 customers only. Okay, then countdown timers, then holiday special. You can use urgency marketing on that, on this particular campaign. Sa key messaging. You can also use scarcity framing, like 20 units left, promo valid until July 15, join 300 plus farmers already using this. Okay. There's also what we call neuro-linguistic programming, okay, that is being used in campaigns now. Okay, this is how you can actually, when you talk about NLP, it's the play of words, okay? It uses language patterns and behavioral cues to influence thinking and action. It may not be applicable to all, but at least to your target market or target audience, it may appeal differently because your messaging is extraordinarily crafted, okay? So let's check some examples. So again, when you say neuro, it refers to our cognitive brain. Linguistics talks about our language. And then programming refers to habits and patterns. This is just an example, okay? So these are actually the products of the students that I tried to mentor, okay? So example of this, the probiotics from Placuna. Okay? Urgency marketing. Secure your probiotic culture kits before this harvest season ends. Your neuro-linguistic programming framing. Imagine ponds with crystal clear water free from disease. Hereby you're praising the freshness of your fish. Pwedeng Tagalog yan. Okay? Now, what channels are you going to maximize? Aquaculture expos, SMS, fisheries, cooperatives. Yun yung para sa produkto na to. Target audience, fish farmers, aquaculture cooperatives, hatchery operators, and feed companies. Kasi hindi naman, yung mga products natin, hindi naman lahat fast-moving consumer goods, di ba? Yung iba machinery eh. Then there's another one. Again, hindi to yung actual example lang ito. Okay? Bahura Crete Coral Reef Restoration. Ayan. See corals grow, hear fish swarm back, feel the pride of restoring oceans for the next generation. You can do better than this. Pwedeng local language, okay? Channels, CSR campaigns, ecotourism expos, environmental NGOs. Pwedeng preliminary, a few lang. Then as you grow, you expand your channels. And here are your target audience, okay? This is from MSU IIT. Just an example that I gave them, okay? You can also create trigger events, like if there's an upcoming event like Valentine's Day or Chinese New Year. Okay, you can use this. Pag back to school, of course, may mga nakalagay na back to school just to remind them na, hey, back to school na. Or ngayon, Christmas, di ba? Mas maraming pera sa circulation, so you can do that. You can maximize that kind of messaging. Okay. You can also create lead magnets. Kung wala kayong masyadong list ng inyong database, you can come up with your own event or maybe a social media poster or maybe a webinar or whatever it is, no? Training videos, product samples, and then you create a lead magnet na merong call to action. Okay? Yan. In your digital marketing campaign, there's read more, download, learn more, buy now, book now, watch now. It's up to you. Okay? Promotional emails also may work. Okay? So you just have to use words accordingly. So when we say social media network, it depends where your customers are. Yung mga social media network na to, may kanya-kanyang gamit sila. Okay? But the standard is still Facebook. Okay, how AI supercharges your campaign. Okay, this is just a few slides before I end my presentation. Okay, you can use the power of AI to actually brainstorm your ideas in terms of what your key messaging will be. Okay, so you can use prompting like this, iterative prompting. Yan, so pwede nyong i-train yung AI tools ninyo. Kasi AI will not replace you, but it will give you ideas about your key messaging, the choice of words, and even some information about your audience. They can even give you some tips on where to find information about your target market. Okay, because AI tools are becoming more intelligent nowadays, and they're being updated. So AI helps you to work faster and target smarter. Okay, I'm running out of time. So yan, your AI can actually use for content creation, audience insight, campaign optimization, and faster decision making. I love to discuss more, but we're running out of time na. So you need to be very good in prompting, in actually commanding the AI tool on what to do. Okay, so, yan. I'll just give you the copy of the deck if you need one. Okay, iterative prompting examples. Okay. Always validate the information generated by the AI tool. Okay, that's my pro tip. Okay, last but not the least, these are some AI apps that can actually supercharge your campaign. These are all free. Okay, you may wish to download them. Write Cream can help you with article writing. Okay, with copywriting. Comet is actually a browser powered by Perplexity. It can summarize videos in minutes. Okay? Ang YouTube walang ads. I'm not an employee of Comet, by the way. Perplexity is a good alternative for ChatGPT. It gives you sources about the information that it provides. There's also Bizway in terms of computing the market potential and the viable buyers. You can try them. And there's TinyWow also to assist you with editing and with refining your messages. So I encourage you to use these tools in aid of your campaign. Okay, so again, I encourage you to challenge what is customary. Okay, again, I always tell this to my clients, you are only as good as your last performance. In Filipino, magaling ka noon. We have to continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn certain things to be timely and relevant, of course. And last, okay, we do not build to last. we build to adapt. In this day and age, it's important to be flexible and to be adaptable to what's happening around us. So with that, thank you so much. I hope you've learned something new today. Salamat
Thank you
po.
so much, Dr. Nelson B. Guillen, for that insightful and empowering session. Sir, your discussion truly shed light on how MSMEs can integrate effective marketing strategies to elevate their products and reach greater markets. Thank
Yes,
you, sir.
sir. Burns, from logistics to marketing, we've seen how every part of the value chain contributes to building stronger, more sustainable enterprises. And now it's time to bring all those ideas together through an engaging exchange of thoughts and perspectives.
Thank you. And of course, before we partake our lunch, Ma'am Rax, this is the last part, of course. Up next, we'll dive again to our plenary discussion. We'll hear key takeaways and reflections from our speakers and explore how all these elements connect to the bigger picture of innovation and inclusive growth. So at this point, may we request our resource speakers to be on stage once again.
And let us- Miss Idol Queen Tabanyag Eda, Miss
Miss
Antoinette
Antoinette
Lourdes C. Ayos, and Dr. Nelson B. Guillen Jr. And to lead this plenary discussion, may we call on once again Dr. Lilian D. Lando.
Thank you very much once again, Burns and Raquel. So we have much experience on stage. A lot ng mga katotohanan sa business, alam nila. So pwede natin talaga silang i-challenge sa mga katotohanan naman pinagdaanan natin, lalo na sa ATBI. So any questions from our audience? Now, our resource persons are here, ready and able to answer your questions. To start things off, I have a question here sent to me for Dr. Guillen. Many MSMEs rely on basic social media for marketing. Sa tingin ninyo, what is the next generation of marketing technology or platform beyond basic social media na pwedeng affordable and scalable for our small businesses, and so that they can move from just simple product promotion to building customer relationship talaga? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, Facebook is still effective, especially for the millennials and for the younger generation. Mapapansin nyo, may mga account pa rin ng Gen Z. Wala lang masyadong content. They do that more on compliance. But because they have like a social network of their own as a safe space. You can follow them, but they can they can follow you, but you cannot follow them. So ganun ang Gen Z and even the Gen Z Alpha. But what I can say is, until now, Facebook is still effective. That's the mainstream, the main channel. But when you talk about emerging platforms, you have TikTok pa rin po. As the #1 in the Philippines. They have the Yellow Basket. And right now, LinkedIn is gaining traction also. Yun. So for the younger generation or for the next generation, I think we will still be using TikTok and maybe Facebook kung ano pa rin siya, resilient pa rin siya, or kung ano pa rin siya, no, innovative pa rin siya after how many years. But I see Facebook is still popular after 5 years from now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. So, no really radical changes as far as the platforms, but maybe we need just to learn how to become more effective on them. Ano po? Any more questions? Gutom na kayo?
Yeah.
Questions po natin. Yes, thank you. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, good morning. I'm Jennifer from Southern Luzon State University, and my question goes for Ms. Adel. Packaging is very interesting topic, particularly on the waste management. You presented the 11898. Now, so how does your center ensure that all the producers are strictly implementing this act? Kasi po, if you go to supermarkets or any other stores, you can still see plastics, and that is not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, we are just here to help MSMEs to navigate the EPR. So we are not really, ang naging part man namin sa EPR is we provide recommendations pag kina-craft yung policy. So ang matutulong namin sa mga MSMEs is to guide them on the materials, the kind of materials na pwede nilang gamitin as packaging.
Okay. So hindi regulatory ang ating
Yes po.
agency.
So we help you design your packaging.
Hindi sila naghahabol ng mga compliance. No? However, they are helping us with design and with recommendations on perhaps materials that we can use that are more sustainable.
Yes
Ayan
po.
po. No? In relation to packaging, ma'am, meron nag-a-advance na ba tayo on the use of yung sinasabi nilang mga smart packaging, yung nagbabago ang kulay pag time's up na, or edible packaging?
Yes po, madami na po actually na when I was with the OST before, so we fund projects on smart packaging po.
Does the center fund?
Sa amin po, nag-a-assist lang po kami.
Okay.
Opo. We don't have, we're not a funding agency po. So yun po, pero as of now, sa design center po kasi, so we make use of kung ano yung mga nandyan na muna. So, pang readily na available na materials. So more po kami sa agricultural waste muna. But we are also going into smart materials na din po. Pero siguro later na lang pag na-exhaust na natin yung sa mga agri-waste muna po.
Okay. Any more from the audience? Questions? Yes, sir, over there.
Oh, hello po. Hello, good morning. Good morning, sirs. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for the insightful message and mga topics din. Pero this question po is for Sir Dr. Hello po. Good morning. Sir, by the way, I am a student, Key Charles Bikibel po, from Caraga State University and an incubatee po sa school namin. And sa product ko po, kasi ang question ko lang po, sa product namin, during our market research po, is we have identified po, there are 3 segments sa market namin. And these segments po contributes a lot sa, in terms of percentage during our, sa customers namin. We would like to ask lang po sana if, kung paano ito, kasi na-mention mo kanina, we have to be consistent sa marketing namin. Pero these 3 segments po, kasi may iba't ibang behavior sila. Sa amin po nga case is physically active people, or you're specifically the gym goers. Then second is the busy individuals, which needs different behavior din po. At isa din po yung mga people na are looking for pasalubong lang po ito. And these 3 po is different yung approaches in terms of marketing. And with regards to your message po that we have to be consistent, how can we be consistent po if different approaches naman po sila sa yan lang po.
That's a very good question. You're backed up by data or what we call empirical evidence in research. Shakey's is doing that. You know Shakey's, diba?
Yes.
They have like the Gen X, the Gen Y, the millennials, and even the Gen Z. Gary V, Marian Rivera, and I forgot the young actress. So it's okay if you have like a primary target market, a secondary target market, and a tertiary. Or pwede rin na you have a target market with several audience persona. if you have that in your data na talagang magkakaiba sila ng profile, kasi what is attractive for a Gen Z may not be attractive for a millennial. Parang kung ako, Taylor Swift, sila, gusto nila yung nagsasayaw sa refrigerator. Ayun, sugar on my tongue. I mean, nakaka-relate ba doon? Ayun. So, ayun. So, it's okay to come up with campaigns suitable or applicable for that specific market. Para walang confusion. Pwede naman eh. Si Shakey's meron siyang activities for the Gen X, meron siyang activities for Gen Y, and even for Gen Z. So it's okay to have those three in your campaign. Pwedeng-pwede yun. Ayun.
Okay po. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, over there. O, yung taga ditong side, maghanda kayo ng tanong. Lahat ng gagaling dito.
Good morning. I'm Juvie Cambaya from MSU, Iligan Institute of Technology. So actually, this is a question to Dr. Guillen. So as an constituent of MSU IIT, I am just very curious how the project on reef restoration was part of your presentation, because we believe that this project is still ongoing.
That's right.
Yes, and then we still have to see to the results of this. So our curiosity is really piqued when an ongoing research project is already made into an example.
Actually, I mentored the students in a competition organized by BPI and DOST NRCP. And they didn't present actually. They have their ideas in place. So what I did is, I don't know the context of it, but I came up with my own analysis on how they can fortify or amplify their campaign. But yeah, there's no particular, I haven't read the full paper of the schools because I'm not the judge. I'm one of the mentors for the commercialization process po. That's why meron ako nun. Nagkataon lang po.
Thank you. Yes? Sir Eman, are you raising your hand over there? Sige.
Hello, good afternoon. I know it's past 12 already. My question is addressed to the speaker on logistic innovation, Ms. Antoinette. I'm Vel Sumingit from Central Mindanao University, and I'm actually a banana farmer at the same time. One of our problems is how to bring banana to Manila without spoiling it, because by the time it arrives here, it's overripe and it's about to be thrown away. So I'm just wondering if what do you call this compound, 1-methyl cyclopropane, 1-MCF technology is already available for delaying the ripening, for example, of banana, so that it can be transported safely and get a much better price in urban centers like Cebu or Manila. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that question. Actually, we also have some clients similar to yours. Sometimes if they travel or transport the cargo, especially those fruits and vegetables, it's already dried up, spoiled. That's why we still need to sort, right? So I think we in contract logistics, in our logistics industry, we also ask some of the government, we have this, we call it CCAP, Cold Chain Association of the Philippines, wherein the objective is really to engage to SMEs anywhere in the Philippines to come into a solution wherein we can transport products using refrigerated trucks. Some also look at the mobile refrigeration that can be placed into places that cannot be easily reached out. So I think that's one of the objective of the organization, having a mobile cold storages. Like for example, for San Miguel, Pure Foods, during Christmas season, the problem really is how are we going to transport those hot dogs and those ham, because it's ham season. So what we did, we positioned our refrigerated trucks, our refrigerated containers to areas wherein they can temporarily store the products and book some small trucks so that it can transport and go to the market. So, sir, as also mentioned earlier, we have this liquid nitrogen emerging equipment. I think that's costly because they already provided us the proposal as against traditional steel blast freezing, but the efficiency is there. So it's a matter of doing our math if we will go into that equipment or that technology. So the answer, yes, for sure. There is an existing technology that we can explore. Mobile cold storage and LN2.
Thank you. So there are options. Tumingin naman tayo dito sa kabila. Napansin ba natin lahat doon nanggagaling ang question? Dito, yes, attorney. Nasaan ang ating mic? Dito pong side.
Ang question ko po is about the marketing aspect on the use of neuro-linguistic programming sa NLP on marketing. And I look at the example and it looks like parang weird siya. And I wonder, does it work? Meron ba mga actual example on the effectiveness or your own experience po, sir?
Yes, sir. NLP is very new in the Philippines. Hindi ko rin alam kung bakit wala masyadong nag-explore. Even growth hacking, there's already a master's program in Germany about growth hacking and growth marketing, but we don't have it here. I think for us to be competitive, we need to adopt these practices that the Western countries are also doing. NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming po, I introduced that with Picard. It's relatively new. And they're doing that in their social media campaigns, and they're gaining, their engagements are going high for the Picard Facebook page and for the other social media platforms. In terms of effectiveness, wala pa po kasi masyadong gumagawa. But when you talk about neuro-linguistic programming, it's all about how you actually, the choice of words that you're going to use, no? Medyo may konting exaggeration siya, but it's not about manipulating, but it's about, introducing messages that would stand out from the rest. Hindi naman siya kasing weird ng giggle advertising na sobrang weird yung execution, pero it can be like that. Ayun po. So whatever works, so be it. Ayun po. But it's not fully utilized in the Philippines. So hopefully magamit siya. Parang kukonti pa lang po ang NLP certified teachers or professors. So that is something that the academia can also explore later on. Baka they can introduce subjects on NLP. Yeah.
So thank you, sir.
Okay.
There's a lot of catching up, in other words. May isa pang, ayan ang dami nila. Sige, we'll have ma'am, at saka si sir. Sige, last na yan ha. Baka ako naman ang bitayin. Ayan, sige po. Hindi kayo gutom pala.
Hi, good afternoon po. My name is Melanie Ilisan from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, Cavite. And my industry is into pharmaceutical distribution and I have a pharmacy business. So my question is, of course, for Sir Nelson, which I was really inspired by his way of explaining to us, no? So thank you for having you here. So my question is, in the pharmaceutical business, sir, you know naman na yung gamot natin ay they are ethical, which is we cannot really advertise it, right? Because we have some regulatory issues. So we cannot really do that, no? Except for maybe food supplements. Ngayon po, sa pharmacy business, medyo mahirap because kumbaga magkadikit-dikit kami. Although my best experience was, you really had to be compassionate with your customers or your clients. Pag meron silang reseta sa'yo, if you were able to explain them well, bakit kailangan mo, then you have that customer for life. Magiging loyal yan sa'yo. Ngayon, so yung question ko is, paano po ba naman namin ma-improve pa yung aming mga sales, di ba, dun sa binigay mo sa aming mga information, ano kaya sa tingin mo ang pinaka-best na pwede mo ring i-share sa amin para at least po mag-improve naman kami kasi kinakain na po kami ng mga giants, no? Like, alam mo naman yan, yung mga Mercury, Watsons, everything. Pero kumbaga kami, independent pharmacy owner, and yet, you know, kami naman is meron din kaming sariling strength naman kasi una-una, hindi naman masyadong maraming pila. But then we do quality quality patient care naman sa kanila. So, yun po ang question ko, sir. Hope you could also help us with this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for that. Actually, that's a very specific question. I don't know kung ano po yung business po talaga nila yung... I haven't read about your business. But what I can suggest, ma'am, is it's difficult to steal thunder from the giants. As a consultant, my advice is you can strengthen your local store marketing, LSM, within the community, depending on the location. Kasi I think yung Rose Pharmacy is doing well in Visayas. And I have a friend also na nasa pharmaceutical business na nasa Taga-Naga. Ayun, so iba talaga yung atake po. But you can strengthen the LSM, number one. Yung community engagement po ninyo. Okay? You may not be able to compete with the price, but compete with the level of service. Okay? Kasi ang binabalikan minsan kasi hindi yung store, but yung serbisyo na binigay. Maybe you can come up with loyalty programs also. Kung wala man application for that, kahit stamping man lang, get 10 paracetamol. I mean, if you buy one banig, 1 paracetamol free, as simple as those steps po, no? And it gets bigger and bigger. Niche, you can improve your niche marketing and more on local store marketing. Yung mga local store efforts to attract, engage, and delight customers. Ayun po. Iba kasi, tinitingnan pa rin ng mga tao at the end of the day is how you care and how you provided your service to the community. So you can even partner with barangays if that's the case. Yun, ma'am. Since ang mga big players, iba yung level ng kanilang playing field. They have bigger budgets, but you can start small and eventually expand later on.
Thank you. So we don't steal the thunder from the giants. Oh, may quotable quote na naman tayo. Ayan, write it down. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Vladimir Agkawili Nieto. I'm from PCCI Quezon and PCCI San Pablo City, where I stand as the co-chairman for Environment and Agriculture Committee. My question is for the lady from Design Center Philippines. Okay, Ma'am, going out, I browsed at the different products on display, and I saw a lot of chips and other foodstuffs being packed, or yung packaging po nila are mostly foil materials. Do you have any design which are more biodegradable for this kind of products? As an SDG head, we are trying to push for something more sustainable po kasi. That's my first question, ma'am.
Hello po. Thank you, sir, for that question. So, as for the materials po siguro, we will suggest using Actually, there are already food grade liners or films which are already available, pero mostly po kasi abroad, or if meron man dito sa Philippines, there are still, hindi pa siya tumatawid doon sa commercialization na stage, wala pang adapter. So, may mga ganun po na mga technologies before. So, hindi ko lang din po alam kung kamusta na ba, kung naitawid na ba doon sa manufacturers. So yun po actually ang problem natin. So we at Design Center can suggest materials, packaging materials, pero yung availability po, yun po ang isa sa mga problem po. And then if we can also process, but yung mostly po kasi yung mga processing tools or equipment, naka-configure na po doon sa mga existing na mga packaging materials which are non-environment friendly, kumbaga. So, yun po. Sa case lang po ng Piñapel, medyo mahirap po yung pag-transition doon sa industrial na stage because lahat po, yung sa industrial na pathway niya na nasabi ko kanina, all our paper mills, paper manufacturers, ang mga equipment po nila ay naka-design po sa recycled paper po. So we will, for Piñapel kasi we will be using fresh pulp. So we tried processing it through our industry partners pero nagkakaproblema po lagi. So alam ko, madami dito sa atin yung bright na mga researchers, they can produce similar products, pero yung pagtawid po doon sa production, yun po ang medyo mahirap po sa ngayon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, follow-up question lang po. Because we are talking about aligning, connecting, and syncing with SDGs po. So I hope everybody here will take time to research on whatever sustainable material we can use for packaging. Hindi po yung puro foils and plastics na ginagamit ngayon, lalo na ng mga naka-display sa labas. Although I appreciate the products outside. Okay, so in connection with that, last week po, I went to a sitio in Tayabas, which is an IP community. May mga katutubong Aita po na nakatira doon. They have this spot which they call Pansol. It's the source of their water supply. Unfortunately, nagkalat na po ngayon yung mga packaging materials ng shampoos and sabon, panlaba, panligo, dun sa paligid. Again, this is related to packaging. Now, given that idea, how do we integrate Malasakit campaign in protecting the indigenous people of our country?
Actually, most of yung mga sinasabi nyo kanina na mga shampoo, mga ano. So they are mostly from big companies. So dapat po talaga mas strengthen po yung yes, sabi ni Sir, sanctions daw for these big companies. Although we are implementing this EPR law, so hindi pa po talaga ganun ka ano yung pangil niya. So, we at the Science Center, we advocate po, we support this law. So, kung ano lang po ang kaya naming magawa muna sa ngayon. So, that's why we are into sustainable materials. So, we start with materials from agricultural waste po. So mostly ang mga plant-based naman na mga materials ay safe naman po for food packaging.
Okay, so like we mentioned a while ago, there's still a long way to go and we are catching up. And as the gentleman mentioned, hoping everybody can pick up for research, and the ATB network can also move together as one to look at those inefficiencies for which we can start working with our resource persons here for design, for logistics, for more sustainable packaging and branding. So palakpakan po natin sila sa kanilang pagtugon sa ating mga tanong. And thank you all once again for your questions. So I'll send you back to our hosts.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for moderating our plenary discussion, and to our speakers. Palakpakan po natin silang muli. And I think at this juncture, Ma'am Rax, we have to move forward to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. And for this, may we call
yes,
on...
Sir Burns, may we call on Director Noel A. Katibog and Dr. Ruth B. Diego to help us in awarding the Certificate of Appreciation, which reads...
The Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development presents this Certificate of Appreciation to our speaker for sharing his or her expertise and valuable insights, contributing to the exchange of best practices and innovations in the agri-aqua sector, fostering regional collaboration and inspiring stakeholders to pursue transformative strategies for sustainable agri-aqua enterprise development.
Given this 14th day of October 2025, during the Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Summit Week 2025 at Hotel Casiana, Tagaytay City, Cavite. Signed, Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora, Executive Director.
Let's give a big hand to Ms. Edelkeen T. Eda. Thank you very much po, ma'am.
We also have Ms. Antoinette Lourdes C. Ayos.
And of course, Dr. Nelson B. Guillen Jr. Maraming salamat po.
Congratulations and thank you once again to our resource speakers for sharing your time, expertise, and inspiration with us.
And that's a wrap for our morning session, Ma'am Rax. For the plenary session, we would like to announce that we have a photo booth over the corner here in our venue, and our lunch is currently served.
Yes, Sir Burns, please note that we have a designated buffet area per table. Also, please be advised that halal food will not be available. However, plated alternative meal options will be provided in a designated area. So please enjoy your meal, relax, and connect with your fellow participants.
And of course, last but not the least, we are reminded to get back to our venue or training hall at exactly 1:30 in the afternoon. Thank you very much. God bless you.
We'll see you right after lunch for the continuation of our plenary sessions.
In Cagayan Valley's heart, the RACE program bridges age-old traditions with modern innovation, turning natural resources and collaborative ideas into sustainable, impactful futures for all. Scientists transform groundbreaking research into reality with RACE. Each experiment paves the way for sustainable solutions, bringing light and hope to countless communities.
In Central Luzon, local inventions meet opportunities, where science empowers agriculture and aquaculture to shape a sustainable community. This is RAISE Central Luzon Today. RAISE builds partnerships, connecting institutions and equipping skilled workforce tailored for agri-aqua innovation. These masterclasses did not just teach, they empower. Designed to sharpen innovative and entrepreneurial skills, align strategies to strengthen networks among CMIs, protecting ideas with intellectual property management, building thriving agribusinesses hubs from research breakthroughs, incubating technologies that transform communities, sharing knowledge to every corner of the region, and sustaining every workforce that make it all possible.
Dito sa Southern Tagalog, ang inobasyon ay tulay para sa mas maunlad at matatag na rehiyon. At sa tulong ng DOST Picard, na-raise natin lahat yan!
The Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Program is our collective effort in Region 4, funded by DOST Picard since 2022 to promote agri-aqua technologies, support innovators, and bring real impact to communities.
Ang trabaho namin ay matulungan ng mga R&D researchers at tech developers na mai-package, mai-pitch at mahatid ang kanilang innovation sa mga kababayan natin.
We actively look for communities, LGUs, and cooperatives who can benefit from these technologies. Kami ang tulay nila.
Kikita ko na ginagawa ng ATBI ang lahat para i-assist ako sa financial at technical para makalaban ang mga ito sa merkado. Sa tulong din
In Western Visayas, a region blessed with abundant resources and driven by talent, innovation is more than an idea, it is a way of life.
Through the RAISE program, we channel the power of science, technology, innovation, and creativity to transform ideas into real solutions, revolutionizing change in the field of agriculture and aquaculture.
Led by Capiz State University and supported by DOST Picard, the RAISE program in Western Visayas is strengthening the innovation capacity of 11 state universities and colleges.
We raise to rise.
Serving with purpose, protecting and commercializing our intellectual property for the benefit of society.
A total of 435 IP applications filed, 328 prior art search reports, and 19 technologies commercialized in agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources.
Across the archipelago, a quiet revolution unfolds. A revolution of ideas, collaboration, and hope. This is the RAISE program of DOST Picard. With a vision to empower, RAISE unites schools, industries, and communities, bringing science and technology closer to the people. Partnerships drive progress. Farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators now turn ideas into enterprises, proving that when science meets industry, communities thrive.
Eastern Visayas, home to hard-working farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators. But despite this abundance, challenges in technology adoption and market access remain. Like the iconic San Juanico Bridge linking Samar and Leyte, the RAISE program builds a strong bridge between technology generators and investors. To strengthen these sectors, the RAISE program is being implemented in Region 8, headed by Ms. Elmera Y. Banyo. in collaboration with 6 consortium member institutions which strongly aim to hasten technology commercialization.
From the rich coast of Zamboanga City to the fertile lands of Zamboanga del Norte, Region 9 thrives with agricultural and aquaculture potential. Here, innovation meets tradition through the RACE program. Before RACE, many local researchers struggled. No IP filings, little knowledge on intellectual property, no pre-commercialization reports, scarce business support, and no shared tech database for guidance or collaboration. But through innovative solutions and dedicated support of the RACE program, it was able.
In the heart of northern Mindanao, the RACE program is transforming ideas into impact, turning research into real-world solutions, empowering communities, and fueling sustainable growth. Our journey has been one of innovation and collaboration. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones. 96 intellectual property filings, 481 IEC materials developed, 65 seminars and technology promotion activities, 26 partnerships, 53 technologies incubated or co-incubated, 42 incubatees supported, and 303 jobs generated.
In the heart of Caraga, the RACE program empowers local agri-aqua innovators, providing tools and expertise to transform their ideas into impactful solutions. Without IP protection, valuable innovations can be vulnerable to unauthorized use, leading to potential financial losses. With RACE's IP TBM project, securing your intellectual property has never been easier. Our team will guide you through every step.
Our goal is to ensure every innovation in Caraga is protected. With that, we provide seamless IP services so our stakeholders like you can focus on what really matters, and that is your innovation.
In Cagayan Valley's heart, the RACE program bridges age-old traditions with modern innovation, turning natural resources and collaborative ideas into sustainable, impactful futures for all. Scientists transform groundbreaking research into reality with RACE. Each experiment paves the way for sustainable solutions, bringing light and hope to countless communities.
In Central Luzon, local inventions meet opportunities, where science empowers agriculture and aquaculture to shape a sustainable community. This is RACE Central Luzon Today. RACE builds partnerships, connecting institutions and equipping skilled workforce tailored for agri-aqua innovation. These masterclasses did not just teach, they empower. Designed to sharpen innovative and entrepreneurial skills, align strategies to strengthen networks among CMIs,
protecting ideas with intellectual property management, building thriving agribusinesses hubs from research breakthroughs, incubating technologies that transform communities, sharing knowledge to every corner of the region, and sustaining every workforce that make it all possible. But how
Dito sa Southern Tagalog, ang inobasyon ay tulay para sa mas maunlad at matatag na rehiyon. At sa tulong ng DOSTP card, na-raise natin lahat yan!
The Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Program is our collective effort in Region 4, funded by DOSTP CARD since 2022 to promote agri-aqua technologies, support innovators, and bring real impact to communities.
Ang trabaho namin ay matulungan ng mga R&D researchers at tech developers na mai-package, mai-pitch at mahatid ang kanilang innovation sa mga kababayan natin.
We actively look for communities, LGUs, and cooperatives who can benefit from these technologies. Kami ang tulay nila.
Kikita ko na ginagawa ng ATBI ang lahat para i-assist ako sa financial at technical para makalaban ang mga ito sa merkado. Sa tulong din
In Western Visayas, a region blessed with abundant resources and driven by talent, innovation is more than an idea, it is a way of life.
Through the RACE program, we channel the power of science, technology, innovation, and creativity to transform ideas into real solutions, revolutionizing change in the field of agriculture and aquaculture.
Led by Capiz State University and supported by DOSTP CARD, the RACE program in Western Visayas is strengthening the innovation capacity of 11 state universities and colleges.
We race to rise.
Serving with purpose, protecting and commercializing our intellectual property for the benefit of society.
A total of 435 IP applications filed, 328 prior art search reports, and 19 technologies commercialized in agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources.
Across the archipelago, a quiet revolution unfolds. A revolution of ideas, collaboration, and hope. This is the RACE program of DOSTP CARD. With a vision to empower, RACE unites schools, industries, and communities, bringing science and technology closer to the people. Partnerships drive progress. Farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators now turn ideas into enterprises, proving that when science meets industry, communities thrive.
Eastern Visayas, home to hard-working farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators. But despite this abundance, challenges in technology adoption and market access remain. Like the iconic San Juanico Bridge linking Samar and Leyte, the RACE program builds a strong bridge between technology generators and investors. To strengthen these sectors, the RACE program is being implemented in Region 8, headed by Ms. Elmera Y. Banyo, in collaboration with 6 consortium member institutions which strongly aim to hasten technology commercialization.
From the rich coast of Zamboanga City to the fertile lands of Zamboanga del Norte, Region 9 thrives with agricultural and aquaculture potential. Here, innovation meets tradition through the RACE program. Before RACE, many local researchers struggled. No IP filings, little knowledge on intellectual property, no pre-commercialization reports, scarce business support, and no shared tech database for guidance or collaboration. But through innovative solutions and dedicated support of the RAISE program, it was able.
In the heart of northern Mindanao, the RAISE program is transforming ideas into impact, turning research into real-world solutions, empowering communities, and fueling sustainable growth. Our journey has been one of innovation and collaboration. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones. 96 intellectual property filings, 481 IEC materials developed, 65 seminars and technology promotion activities, 26 partnerships, 53 technologies incubated or co-incubated, 42 incubatees supported, and 303 jobs generated.
In the heart of Caraga, the RAISE program empowers local agri-aqua innovators, providing tools and expertise to transform their ideas into impactful solutions. Without IP protection, valuable innovations can be vulnerable to unauthorized use, leading to potential financial losses. With RAISE's IP TBM project, securing your intellectual property has never been easier. Our team will guide you through every step.
Our goal is to ensure every innovation in Caraga is protected. With that, we provide seamless IP services so our stakeholders like you can focus on what really matters, and that is your innovation.
In Cagayan Valley's heart, the RAISE program bridges age-old traditions with modern innovation, turning natural resources and collaborative ideas into sustainable, impactful futures for all. Scientists transform groundbreaking research into reality with RAISE. Each experiment paves the way for sustainable solutions, bringing light and hope to countless communities.
In Central Luzon, local inventions meet opportunities, where science empowers agriculture and aquaculture to shape a sustainable community. This is RAISE Central Luzon Today. RAISE builds partnerships, connecting institutions and equipping skilled workforce tailored for agri-aqua innovation. These masterclasses did not just teach, they empower. Designed to sharpen innovative and entrepreneurial skills, align strategies to strengthen networks among CMIs,
Protecting ideas with intellectual property management. Building thriving agribusinesses hubs from research breakthroughs. Incubating technologies that transform communities. Sharing knowledge to every corner of the region. And sustaining every workforce that make it all possible.
Dito sa Southern Tagalog, ang inobasyon ay tulay para sa mas maunlad at matatag na rehiyon. At sa tulong ng DOST Picard, na-raise natin lahat yan!
The Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Program is our collective effort in Region 4, funded by DOST Picard since 2022 to promote agri-aqua technologies, support innovators, and bring real impact to communities.
Ang trabaho namin ay matulungan ng mga R&D researchers at tech developers na mai-package, mai-pitch at mahatid ang kanilang innovation sa mga kababayan natin.
We actively look for communities, LGUs, and cooperatives who can benefit from these technologies. Kami ang tulay nila.
Nakikita ko na ginagawa ng ATBI ang lahat para i-assist ako sa pinansyal at technical para makalaban ang mga ito sa merkado. Sa tulong din ng
In Western Visayas, a region blessed with abundant resources and driven by talent, innovation is more than an idea. It is a way of life.
Through the RACE program, we channel the power of science, technology, innovation, and creativity to transform ideas into real solutions, revolutionizing change in the field of agriculture and aquaculture.
Led by Capiz State University and supported by DOST Picard, the RACE program in Western Visayas is strengthening the innovation capacity of 11 state universities and colleges.
We race to rise.
Serving with purpose, protecting and commercializing our intellectual property for the benefit of society.
A total of 435 IP applications filed, 328 prior art search reports, and 19 technologies commercialized in agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources.
Across the archipelago, a quiet revolution unfolds. A revolution of ideas, collaboration, and hope. This is the RACE program of DOST Picard. With a vision to empower, RACE unites schools, industries, and communities, bringing science and technology closer to the people. Partnerships drive progress. Farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators now turn ideas into enterprises, proving that when science meets industry, communities thrive.
Eastern Visayas, home to hard-working farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators. But despite this abundance, challenges in technology adoption and market access remain. Like the iconic San Juanico Bridge linking Samar and Leyte, the RACE program builds a strong bridge between technology generators and investors. To strengthen these sectors, the RACE program is being implemented in Region 8, headed by Ms. Elmera Y. Banyo, in collaboration with 6 consortium member institutions which strongly aim to hasten technology commercialization.
From the rich coast of Zamboanga City to the fertile lands of Zamboanga del Norte, Region 9 thrives with agricultural and aquaculture potential. Here, innovation meets tradition through the RACE program. Before RACE, many local researchers struggled. No IP filings, little knowledge on intellectual property, no pre-commercialization reports, scarce business support, and no shared tech database for guidance or collaboration. But through innovative solutions and dedicated support of the RACE program, it was able.
In the heart of northern Mindanao, the RACE program is transforming ideas into impact, turning research into real-world solutions, empowering communities, and fueling sustainable growth. Our journey has been one of innovation and collaboration. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones. 96 intellectual property filings, 481 IEC materials developed, 65 seminars and technology promotion activities, 26 partnerships, 53 technologies incubated or co-incubated, 42 incubatees supported, and 303 jobs generated.
In the heart of Caraga, the RAISE program empowers local agri-aqua innovators, providing tools and expertise to transform their ideas into impactful solutions. Without IP protection, valuable innovations can be vulnerable to unauthorized use, leading to potential financial losses. With RAISE's IP TBM project, securing your intellectual property has never been easier. Our team will guide you through every step.
Our goal is to ensure every innovation in Caraga is protected. With that, we provide seamless IP services so our stakeholders like you can focus on what really matters, and that is your innovation.
In Cagayan Valley's heart, the RAISE program bridges age-old traditions with modern innovation, turning natural resources and collaborative ideas into sustainable, impactful futures for all. Scientists transform groundbreaking research into reality with RAISE. Each experiment paves the way for sustainable solutions, bringing light and hope to countless communities.
In Central Luzon, local inventions meet opportunities, where science empowers agriculture and aquaculture to shape a sustainable community. This is RAISE Central Luzon Today. RAISE builds partnerships, connecting institutions and equipping skilled workforce tailored for agri-aqua innovation. These masterclasses did not just teach, they empower. Designed to sharpen innovative and entrepreneurial skills, align strategies to strengthen networks among CMIs, protecting ideas with intellectual property management, building thriving agribusinesses hubs from research breakthroughs, incubating technologies that transform communities, sharing knowledge to every corner of the region, and sustaining every workforce that make it all possible.
Dito sa Southern Tagalog, ang inobasyon ay tulay para sa mas maunlad at matatag na rehiyon. At sa tulong ng DOST Picard, na-raise natin lahat yan!
The Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Program is our collective effort in Region 4, funded by DOST Picard since 2022 to promote agri-aqua technologies, support innovators, and bring real impact to communities.
Ang trabaho namin ay matulungan ng mga R&D researchers at tech developers na mai-package, mai-pitch at mahatid ang kanilang innovation sa mga kababayan natin.
We actively look for communities, LGUs, and cooperatives who can benefit from these technologies. Kami ang tulay nila.
Kikita ko na ginagawa ng ATBI ang lahat para i-assist ako sa financial at technical para makalaban ang mga ito sa merkado. Sa tulong din ng
In Western Visayas, a region blessed with abundant resources and driven by talent, innovation is more than an idea, it is a way of life.
Through the RAISE program, we channel the power of science, technology, innovation, and creativity to transform ideas into real solutions, revolutionizing change in the field of agriculture and aquaculture.
Led by Capiz State University and supported by DOST Picard, the RAISE program in Western Visayas is strengthening the innovation capacity of 11 state universities and colleges.
We race to rise.
Serving with purpose, protecting and commercializing our intellectual property for the benefit of society.
A total of 435 IP applications filed, 328 prior art search reports, and 19 technologies commercialized in agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources.
Across the archipelago, a quiet revolution unfolds. A revolution of ideas, collaboration, and hope. This is the RACE program of DOST Picard. With a vision to empower, RACE unites schools, industries, and communities, bringing science and technology closer to the people. Partnerships drive progress. Farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators now turn ideas into enterprises, proving that when science meets industry, communities thrive. From
Eastern Visayas, home to hard-working farmers, fisherfolk, and innovators. But despite this abundance, challenges in technology adoption and market access remain. Like the iconic San Juanico Bridge linking Samar and Leyte, the RACE program builds a strong bridge between technology generators and investors. To strengthen these sectors, the RACE program is being implemented in Region 8, headed by Ms. Elmera Y. Banyo, in collaboration with 6 consortium member institutions which strongly aim to hasten technology commercialization.
From the rich coast of Zamboanga City to the fertile lands of Zamboanga del Norte, Region 9 thrives with agricultural and aquaculture potential. Here, innovation meets tradition through the RACE program. Before RACE, many local researchers struggled. No IP filings, little knowledge on intellectual property, no pre-commercialization reports, scarce business support, and no shared tech database for guidance or collaboration. But through innovative solutions and dedicated support of the RACE program, it was able.
In the heart of northern Mindanao, the RACE program is transforming ideas into impact, turning research into real-world solutions, empowering communities, and fueling sustainable growth. Our journey has been one of innovation and collaboration. Together, we have achieved remarkable milestones. 96 intellectual property filings, 481 IEC materials developed, 65 seminars and technology promotion activities, 26 partnerships, 53 technologies incubated or co-incubated, 42 incubatees supported, and 303 jobs generated.
In the heart of Caraga, the RACE program empowers local agri-aqua innovators, providing tools and expertise to transform their ideas into impactful solutions. Without IP protection, valuable innovations can be vulnerable to unauthorized use, leading to potential financial losses. With With Raise's IP TBM project, securing your intellectual property has never been easier. Our team will guide you through every step.
Our goal is to ensure every innovation in Caraga is protected. With that, we provide seamless IP services so our stakeholders like you can focus on what really matters, and that is your innovation.
In Cagayan Valley's heart, the RACE program bridges age-old traditions with modern innovation, turning natural resources and collaborative ideas into sustainable, impactful futures for all. Scientists transform groundbreaking research into reality with RACE. Each experiment paves the way for sustainable solutions, bringing light and hope to countless communities.
In Central Luzon, local inventions meet opportunities, where science empowers agriculture and aquaculture to shape a sustainable community. This is RAISE Central Luzon Today. RAISE builds partnerships, connecting institutions and equipping skilled workforce tailored for agri-aqua innovation. These masterclasses did not just teach, they empower, designed to sharpen innovative and entrepreneurial skills, align strategies to strengthen networks among CMIs, protecting ideas with intellectual property management, building thriving agribusinesses hubs from research breakthroughs, incubating technologies that transform communities, sharing knowledge to every corner of the region, and sustaining every workforce that make it all possible.
Dito sa Southern Tagalog, ang inobasyon ay tulay para sa mas maunlad at matatag na rehiyon. At sa tulong ng DOST Card, na-raise natin lahat yan!
The Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement Program is our collective effort in Region 4, funded by DOST Card since 2022 to promote agri-aqua technologies, support innovators, and bring real impact to communities.
Ang trabaho namin ay matulungan ng mga R&D researchers at tech developers na mai-package, mai-pitch at mahatid ang kanilang innovation sa mga kababayan natin.
We actively look for communities, LGUs, and cooperatives who can benefit from these technologies. Kami ang tulay nila.
Nakikita ko na ginagawa ng ATBI ang lahat para i-assist ako sa financial at technical para makalaban ang mga ito sa merkado. Sa tulong din
In Western Visayas, a region blessed with abundant resources and driven by talent, innovation is more than an idea. It is a way of life.
Through the RACE program, we channel the power of science, technology, innovation, and creativity to transform ideas into real solutions, revolutionizing change in the field of agriculture and aquaculture.
Led by Capiz State University and supported by DOST Card, the RACE program in Western Visayas is strengthening the innovation capacity of 11 state universities and colleges.
We race to rise.
Serving with purpose, protecting and commercializing our intellectual property for the benefit of society.
A total of 435 IP applications filed, 328 prior art search reports, and 19 technologies commercialized in agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources.
Across the archipelago, a quiet revolution unfolds. A revolution of ideas, collaboration, and hope. This is the
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing lunch and enjoyed exploring the ATBI booths as well as our photo booth. It is wonderful to see so many of you energized and ready for the continuation of our plenary session. This afternoon, we continue to focus on key drivers of innovation and growth for our MSMEs. From logistics and marketing to collaboration and regulation, we have covered a lot, and now it's time to highlight the power of partnerships. Our next plenary session is centered on how industry, academe, and government can work together to strengthen MSMEs and foster innovation across the agri-aqua sector. Strong linkages among these sectors are essential for sustainable growth and impactful transformation. To share his expertise on building and sustaining these crucial partnerships, we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. To deliver his plenary talk on strengthening industry, academe, government linkages towards innovative MSMEs, ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, let us all welcome the Regional Governor of Region 4A, Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Ferdinand Garcia.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Okay. It is my pleasure to share with you today how the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry leverages its organization, services, and activities in advancing one of our most important advocacies, innovative agriculture, with a specific focus on strengthening industry linkages towards innovative MSMEs. For many years, PCCI has been the voice of Philippine business, driving policies, programs, and partnership that strengthen industries and uplift our MSMEs. PCCI is built on a strong foundation of strategic business services, focus on advocacy for business growth, and broad-based national and international networking. But beyond being an advocate for business, PCCI is also the driving force of innovation, collaboration, and sustainability, ensuring that growth reaches all sectors, including agriculture, which remains a vital foundation of our economy. Next slide. Okay. Our vision is to be the leading catalyst for dynamic, competitive, and sustainable business communities. While our mission emphasizes promoting enterprise growth, advocating for sound policies, and building collaborative partnership that support inclusive development. Next. To make this happen, PCCI maintains a diverse and extensive membership base that truly represent all segments of business and industry across the country. From North to South Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and NCR, including local chambers, industry association, corporate members, and mostly MSME, which make up the backbone of our economy. So PCCI po is all over the region. Next slide. So the strength of PCCI lies in its network of committees, each one serving as a platform for collaboration, dialogue, and policy formulation. Next. So these are some of the committees and advocacies of PCCI. We have agriculture and fishery, innovation, technology, intellectual property, small and medium enterprises, ICT and digitalization, environment and climate change, industry, transportation, and infrastructure, and many others. These committees are lifeblood of our advocacy. They ensure that policies, programs, and projects are not developed in silos, but rather through integrated collaboration across industry. For example, in our innovative agriculture, we have the Agriculture and Fishery Committee that promotes modern farming system and value chain development. We have Innovation and Technology Committee that facilitates the adoption of smart technologies such as precision agriculture, mechanization, and post-harvest innovation. We have SME Committee that ensure that our farmer and agri-entrepreneurs can access financing, markets, and training. We have the ICT and Digitalization Committee that helps bridge rural connectivity gaps, empowering farmers to engage in digital commerce. This cross-committee collaboration embodies what we mean by strengthening industry linkages, thereby transforming agriculture from a traditional livelihood into an innovative enterprise ecosystem. Next. Through strong collaboration with both public and private sectors, PCCI has successfully championed major reforms that improve the overall business climate. Next. Among our landmark advocacies are the Customs Modernization and Tariff Acts, which enhances trade efficiency. We have the Competition Act, which ensure fair and open market. And the Ease of Doing Business Act, which streamlines government processes for enterprises. These reforms are crucial for our agri-based MSMEs, as they help reduce logistical bottlenecks, improve competitiveness, and make it easier for farmers and processors to do business. These laws strengthen the foundation for agricultural development, allowing MSMEs to innovate, invest, and expand their operations, particularly in the processing and value-adding of agricultural products. Next. More recently, our advocacies include Create More Act, maximizing opportunities for reinvigorating the economy, the Ease of Paying Taxes Act, the Tatak Pinoy Act, the Co-Loading Act, which enhances logistic efficiency, and Executive Order 18, establishing the Green Lane for strategic investment. All these measures are aligned with our vision to modernize agriculture through investment, innovation, and integration. For instance, the Green Lane simplifies processes for agri-tech investment, while the Tatak Pinoy Act uplifts our local brands product, both vital for empowering agri-MSME to compete in domestic and global market. Next. PCCI's advocacy is not just policy-driven, it's partnership-driven. We engage closely with government agencies to ensure that the needs of industries and MSMEs are heard and addressed. Next. So we work with the BIR Private Multi-Stakeholders Group to improve taxpayer services and simplify compliance for small enterprises. The DOST PCCI Council, chaired by Secretary Solidum, to align science and technology programs with the need of MSMEs, particularly the product innovation, packaging, and agri-processing. The BOC Industry Consultative Advisory Council to streamline custom procedure and facilitate export. And the NEDA Stakeholders Chamber, where PCCI chairs the Technical Working Group on Economic Development, contributing private sector perspective to national planning. Okay, next. We are also part of the DTI MSME Development Council, leading efforts in the Visayas and Mindanao, and we collaborate with ARTA in crafting the Technical Business Ready Guidebook for ease of doing business. Okay, next. Okay, next. We also promote continuous learning and dialogue through our various events and forums. This includes the Philippine Business Conference and Expo, our flagship event, as well as the 5 area business conferences held nationwide. In addition, we conduct special forums on taxation, energy, environment, and sustainable development, including the Powers Summit, SDG Forum, and Science and Technology Bridge programs. Next. So at this point, bumalik. Next, bumalik yung slide. Okay. So at this point, let me take this opportunity to invite all of you to the 51st Philippine Business and Expo on October 20 and 21 at the SMX Convention Center, Manila. The PBC will bring together policymakers, industry leaders, MSMEs, and innovators under the theme of empowering enterprises through innovation and collaboration. So itong awaited yearly event ng PCCI, ang Philippine Business Conference. Okay, next. Finally, PCCI extends its reach globally. We partner with foreign embassies, international development agencies, and foreign chambers of commerce to promote Philippine industries abroad. Through inbound and outbound trade mission, we connect Filipino MSMEs, including agri-entrepreneurial, with potential investor, suppliers, and business buyers worldwide. These partnerships create new opportunities for agricultural technology transfer, export promotion, and investments, which are vital steps in transforming local farmers into a globally competitive agripreneurs. Okay, so, PCCI organization, structure, services, and activities create a very powerful platform for innovation and inclusive development. So through our committees, advocacies, partnership, and international linkages, we connect industries, MSME, and government into one cohesive ecosystem, ensuring that progress is not only measured in growth, but in empowerment and shared prosperity. So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferdinand Garcia, for that insightful discussion on strengthening partnerships between industry, academe, and the government. Your perspectives truly highlight how collaboration can empower MSMEs to innovate and grow sustainably. And that brings us to our next plenary session, where we will learn more about the various programs, incentives, and support windows available to help enterprises thrive, from funding opportunities to policy support that encourages innovation and competitiveness. To guide us through this topic, we are honored to have a distinguished leader from the Board of Investments, who will share his expertise on how MSMEs, startups, and spin-offs can maximize these opportunities for growth. In 2007, he earned his undergraduate degree in agricultural economics from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, graduating cum laude. He then pursued his master's degree in international cooperation at Seoul National University in South Korea, where he graduated with highest honors in 2013. At present, he serves as the acting director of the Resource-Based Industry Service of the Board of Investments, which oversees the development of several of the agency's priority industries, including agribusiness, critical minerals, and energy, among others. He also concurrently supervises the Agri-Based Industries Division, the focal unit of the BOI in advancing the growth and competitiveness of the country's agri-food and agribusiness sector. To talk about incentives and support windows for MSMEs, startups, and spin-offs, I would like to direct your eyes on our lead wall as the Division Chief of Resource-Based Industries Service Board of Investment deliver his plenary talk. Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, please welcome Mr. Francis M. Peñaflor.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting the BOI to be part of the DOST Regional Agri-Aqua Innovation System Enhancement, or RACE Summit. We wish to take this opportunity to connect with our innovation enablers and pursue potential industry collaboration later on. At the end of this presentation, we hope to give you more information about the BOI's industry development and incentives programs for the agri-aqua sector and how it supports innovation-related activities of the DOST card. First, allow me to quickly introduce my office. The BOI, an attached agency of the Department of Trade and Industry, is the government's lead agency in shaping the country's investment landscape. In addition, through the Strategic Investment Priority Plan, or SIPP, we register and administer fiscal and non-fiscal incentives intended to catalyze eligible projects. We collectively call these dual mandates as industry promotion, and in this aspect, innovation serves as a catalyst. In doing industry promotion, the BOI is guided by this map of priority sectors. Included as among our priorities is the food and agriculture sector. Despite their distinct characteristics, these sectors converge in their potential to drive the Philippines towards the vision of becoming a regional hub for globally competitive, innovation, and sustainability-driven industries. The overall economic contributions of the agri-food industry warrant its inclusion as among the BOI's priority. It represents 18% of the country's GDP and a sizable source of $5.9 billion exports. Moreover, food and beverage manufacturing represents more than half of the value added of the entire manufacturing sector, growing at a rapid pace of around 4% per year in the last 5 years. With this, we can say that the overall economic growth will be robust if we push very hard the development of the Philippine agri-food industry. And it is in this context that generation of investments to increase the sector's output will be very crucial. Beyond the numbers, the BOI is shifting from measuring investments to mobilizing them for transformation towards becoming Southeast Asia's hub for smart and sustainable agribusiness manufacturing and services. Innovation helps transform Philippine agribusiness by making farming more efficient, modern, and resilient to challenges like climate change and market shifts. It introduces better tools, technologies, and practices that improve productivity and reduce waste. By offering incentives to businesses that invest in innovative agribusiness, the government can attract more private sector support, speed up progress, and create more jobs and opportunities. This leads to stronger food security, higher incomes for farmers, and a more competitive agriculture sector overall. We mobilize our expertise and resources in developing priority sectors through our Industry Development Program or IDP. IDP is anchored on four strategic objectives: trade deficit reduction, value creation, GVC integration, and social contributions. IDP, as one of BOI's flagship programs, not only aim to position the Philippines as a premier location, but in a grand scheme of things create a better future for Filipinos by developing industries and attracting investments, thereby generating jobs, fostering innovation, enhancing competitiveness, and responding to market needs. One of the IDP initiatives which we currently have is our collaboration with the UP Los Baños and UP Manila, where part of the MOU we signed is our assistance to these institutions to promote the commercialization of developed biofertilizer and herbal medicine technologies and products. Last year, we conducted an investment promotion roadshow to market their mature technologies, and we received positive feedbacks from the participants. We are open to expanding our collaborations with the DOSTP card, the Technology Transfer and Promotion Division, and its network of innovators cognizant of the various commercialization technologies which we can offer to prospective uptakers and investors. For our incentives program, we have anchor laws, the CREATE Act, which was passed in 2021 and then enhanced in 2024 through the Create More Act. For the purposes of this event, I will focus on the two important provisions of these anchor laws, which are the number one, Strategic Investment Priority Plan or the SIPP, and of course, the menu of fiscal incentives for SIPP listed activities. The BOI formulates the SIPP in consultation with the Fiscal Incentives Review Board, other investment promotion agencies, other relevant government agencies, and the private sector. The SIPP lists the activities where the Philippines aim to channel investments. Incentives can be availed only if the project is listed in the SIPP and registered with an IPA like the BOI or FIRB. Just to emphasize, no incentives can be availed by projects or industries outside of the SIPP. Formulating the SIPP follows a thorough evaluation of an industry or activities, compliance and alignment with the Philippine Development Plan and other sectoral government plans such as the National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan, and must check at least one of the 10 parameters which you can see on your screen, including among others contribution to food security, use of modern, new, and advanced technology, as well as those which enhances the local capability to produce sophisticated products and services. SIPP eligible industries or activities are categorized into three tiers: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, with Tier 3 regarded as the highest and warrants longer incentives. I will have a discussion on this later on. Tier 3 covers R&D generation, R&D rather, generation of new knowledge, commercialization of intellectual properties, highly technical manufacturing critical to structural transformation, um, cybersecurity, AI, and data center facilities, among others. SIPP has 3 years of validity. The SIPP that we have right now is the 2022 and is actually the first SIPP. I only highlighted those SIPP listings which relates directly to this event. Tier 1 covers agriculture, fishery, and forestry, including commercial production of agricultural and fishery products, as well as nurseries, hatcheries, post-harvest facilities, and other support services and infrastructures. Commercial production projects are subject to endorsement from the Department of Agriculture. Another Tier 1 listing is the all qualified manufacturing activities, including agro processing, which covers the processing of agricultural and fishery products utilizing up to date and market appropriate technology. Tier 1 also covers the establishment and operation of testing laboratories. Going one tier higher, Tier 2 covers food security related activities. This covers the production or manufacture of products and services critical to competitively ensure food security or in support of green or organic agriculture as endorsed by the DOSTP card or the Department of Agriculture, such as integrated food production processing activities, production and adoption of hybrid seeds, manufacture of animal vaccines, pesticides, fertilizers, agriculture and fisheries machinery and equipment, and parts and components therefore. Tier 2 also covers local production of bioplastics and biopolymers, which primarily utilizes agricultural biomass as raw materials. As mentioned, the highest of activity tiers, Tier 3, covers the following: commercial research and development, activities adopting advanced digital production technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, nanotechnology, biotechnology, production and adoption of new hybrid seeds, highly technical manufacturing and production of innovative products and services, commercialization of intellectual property and research and development products or services, IoT devices and systems, advanced materials, innovation support facilities such as R&D hubs, centers of excellence, science and technology parks, innovation incubation centers, tech startups and startup enablers, incubators, and accelerators. In order for us to receive Tier 3 applications, projects need endorsement from DOST or the DTI Competitiveness and Innovation Group or other institutions as may be identified by the BOI board. SIPP listed projects as duly registered with an IPA like the BOI get to enjoy this menu of fiscal incentives pursuant to the Create More Act. Income tax holiday effectively waives the payment of regular corporate income tax, which presently stood at 25%. Another incentives is the 5% reduced corporate income tax or enhanced deductions, which can be availed outright or after the ITH period at the option of the registered enterprise. We also have duty exemption on imported capital equipment, raw materials, supplies, and spare parts, and VAT perks for registered export enterprises. The enhanced deductions aim to reduce further the taxable income with allowable expenses such as additional deductions on depreciation on the building and machinery and equipment, additional 50% deduction on labor expense, 100% deduction of R&D expense, 100% deduction on training expense, 50% deduction on domestic input expense, enhanced net operating loss carryover or NOLCO, 100% additional deduction on power expense, 50% deduction for reinvestment in tourism or manufacturing industries, additional 50% deduction from trade fairs, exhibitions, and missions expenses, and allowable deduction from setting up an electronic sales reporting system. After all the relevant deductions are applied, the corporate income tax rate will only be 20%. The activity tier classification and location of the project will have bearing on the length of the ITH availment period. This means that the farther the project is from the capital and the higher the activity tier classification, ITH period will obviously be longer. The project's export market orientation gives the registered business enterprise with the option to either avail of the special corporate income tax rate or the enhanced deductions after the ITH period. Registered export enterprise are the ones which can avail of VAT zero rating or VAT exemption. For regular domestic market enterprise, enhanced deduction automatically follows ITH. High value domestic market enterprise or HVDME or those projects with an investment capital exceeding 15 billion pesos and are engaged in sectors considered as import substituting or with export sales of in the immediate preceding year of at least 100 million US dollars or its equivalent has the opportunity to get VAT incentives just like our export-oriented enterprises. Projects with more than 15 billion pesos of project cost duly approved by the FIRB enjoys a longer 20 years of enhanced deductions or special corporate income tax rate compared to the regular 10 years for projects below 15 billion pesos. This matrix summarizes the length of the ITH enhanced deductions or SCIT incentives which may be availed by a domestic market enterprise. Say we have a project which involves the commercialization of an R&D product or service which will fall under Tier 3 of the SIPP to be located either in an area in the metropolitan or contiguous or adjacent to the NCR. That registered project can maximize the 7 years of income tax holiday and then to be followed by 10 years of enhanced deductions. Or it can also be that the registered enterprise can opt to avail of an outright 17 years of enhanced deductions. If that same project is more than 15 billion pesos, that project would enjoy the same 7 years of income tax holiday and then 20 years of enhanced deductions or go straight away to 27 years of enhanced deduction. So we stick to our example project that is commercialization of an R&D product or service which falls under the Tier 3 of the SIPP. However, say that the project in our example is export-oriented, that is at least 70% of the total production from the project will be exported. The ITH will still be 7 years, but since it's now export-oriented, the registered enterprise can choose to avail of 5% special corporate income tax rate or enhanced deductions for a period of 10 years or 20 years depending on the project cost. Again, the registered enterprise will always have that option to bypass ITH and go straight to either SCIT or enhanced deduction. As mentioned, on top of ITH, enhanced deductions, and special corporate income tax rate, we also offer duty exemption on importation for all types of registered projects regardless if domestic or export-oriented, and VAT zero rating for local purchases and VAT exemption on importation for registered export-oriented enterprises and high-value domestic market enterprise. Applying for BOI registration is very straightforward. The applicant just needs to fill out the application form and then attach the required documents, then submit to BOI for checklisting. Once found complete, applicant will be asked to pay the filing fee. Our action on the application needs to be rendered within 20 working days. For projects of more than 15 billion pesos, the Fiscal Incentives Review Board is the one who renders the action on the application and the BOI is only recommendatory. If approved, the BOI will ask the enterprise to comply with the pre-registration requirements. Among others is the acceptance of the terms and conditions which will be attached to the registered projects, and payment of the registration fee. Our fees are very minimal, at most 6,060 pesos for filing fee and maximum of 15,000 pesos for registration fee depending on the project cost. We hope that we have clarified our incentives program at the BOI, and we look forward to seeing our participants as among the served and BOI registered enterprises that we have. Thank you and have a productive afternoon ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francis M. Peñaflor, for that very informative and inspiring presentation. His discussion on incentives and support windows for MSMEs, startups, and spin-offs truly gave our innovators the tools and knowledge to grow and succeed. So to keep the energy flowing and to give us a refreshing pause, we have a special treat lined up. A vibrant and captivating performance that celebrates culture, rhythm, and movement. Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, please give a warm round of applause once again for the Cavite State University Dance Troupe. Thank you very much, Cavite State University Dance Troupe. From incentives and programs, we now turn to financial support, an essential pillar for growth, sustainability, and scaling up innovative enterprises. Understanding the available financial services, loans, and project management support can truly empower entrepreneurs to reach new heights. To guide us on this important topic, we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader from Land Bank of the Philippines, who will share his expertise on financial tools and support systems designed for MSMEs, startups, and spin-offs. He is a seasoned banking professional with a distinguished career spanning over 27 years. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Divine Word College in Occidental Mindoro and passed the licensure exam for Certified Public Accountants in 1995. Our speaker has made significant strides in the banking industry and led the Land Bank Occidental Mindoro Lending Center from March 2015 until May 2024. A farmer's son. His tenure there was marked by his expertise in lending operations and commitment to providing accessible financing to farmers, fishers, and other mandated sectors of the bank. In June 2024, he took on a new challenge as Assistant Vice President and Head of Land Bank's Programs Management Department. In this role, he is responsible for formulating, developing, and enhancing the bank's lending programs. His extensive experience and deep knowledge of lending operations have established him as a trusted advisor within the banking sector. Ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, to talk about financial support for MSME, startups, and spin-offs, let us welcome the Assistant Vice President and the Head of the Project Management Department of Land Bank of the Philippines. Please welcome Mr. Danilo D. Crobalde.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we okay? Yeah. Maganda ang ating pag-uusapan ngayon sapagkat it's all about loans. Diba? Sabi niya, for any undertaking, business undertaking, loans and funds actually a problem. And what I will be presenting are solutions. Wow. Alam mo, Land Bank has been in the industry for 62 years, and we have been supporting the agriculture in so many years by providing assistance to our small farmers and fishers. Not only the small farmers and fishers, but also the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And for now, I will be presenting po yung mga dalawang lending programs lang because I'm given only 20 minutes to discuss. Okay. But before that, next slide, I will be giving you in a nutshell what Land Bank is. First, Land Bank is a government bank. Atin po ito. Tayo po ang may-ari. The government owns Land Bank. It has a social mandate in countryside development, kaya hindi po napipenalize ang Land Bank ng BSP because we complied with the agri requirements of the law, and that's why we continue to support the agriculture. We are the only bank present in all the 82 provinces in the Philippines. And mind you everyone, Land Bank is the second biggest universal bank in the Philippines next to BDO. Diba nakakatuwa? Ang second biggest bank is a government bank. Bangko nating lahat. Now, in terms of loan, fourth, and also as of December 2024, to cater to all the requirements to provide timely assistance, Land Bank has 60 lending centers situated all across the country, and we have 607 branches nationwide. Next slide, please. Wow. So in terms of touch point, as I mentioned, we have existing 10,000 available touch points coming from the branches, the ATMs, and we also have partnership with 7-Eleven. If you do not know yet, you can withdraw at 7-Eleven without charge. Oh, baka hindi nyo alam. Walang bayad, walang 15 pesos na deduction if you withdraw at 7-Eleven. We also have may partners kami na nandun sa mga barangays na you can also transact to our partners. May konting fee lang naman po. And we have 60 lending center and terminal. For all the LGUs in the Philippines, 88% po partner na ni Land Bank. Our objective is 100%. That's the stand tall order of the management, sana 100. But we're moving to that level. Next slide, please. All right, in terms of assistance, since small farmers and fishers, we have assisted around, we have funding from internal fund, and also we have funds from the national government. Naririnig niyo po ba yung ASEF, RCEF? May pondong binibigay kay Land Bank, sabi, Land Bank pautangin mo. And this is in addition to the fund from the land banks which we generate from our deposits. We have 26.56 billion loans, and for the internal, 11.56 billion loans. But in terms of the exposure of Land Bank in the agricultural, rural, fishery, and rural development, 66% po ng aming portfolio or 600 billion plus nasa AFRD. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, out of 10,000 registered or 11,000 registered farmers and fishers, we have assisted around 4 million na. It's still more works to do, but for this, we have released through direct, through conduit, 2.5, may mga conduit po, cooperative, association, rural bank, thrift banks, LGUs, nagpapahiram na pwede silang makautang. I will explain later. Through our training programs, Land Bank is also involved in the different assistance or subsidy, being a one disbursing the fund. So, malapit na po. We're around 40% plus penetration. Okay, next slide. Now, ito na po ang gist ng aking discussion. What lending program or lending programs are available for all micro, small, medium enterprises engaged in business? Pinag-uusapan natin to business. But for this Agrisenso Plus lending program, with Land Bank does not cater only to the MSMEs. Next slide. Land Bank also fund for the small farmers, small fishers, micro agrarian reform beneficiaries, and the agri-MSMEs. So that's why this occasion, by the way, thank you very much for inviting Land Bank to this event, and hopefully po sana sa mga susunod, we are very much willing to participate. So in a way, we will be able to explain and deliver and to inform to you that there are available lending programs for you. Ang maganda dito, next slide, ang maganda dito sa Agrisenso Plus Lending Program, it's a program which is holistic. We do not only provide credit, but we also provide other interventions, assistance, capacity building initiative, training through our accredited partners free. We also have partnership. Kasama ng programa nito ang DA, DAR, NIA, ACPC, LGUs, to massively implement the program. We also have public-private synergy with our anchor firms. Okay, mamaya ipapakita ko. And also, we would want to support the agriculture sector from production to value chain to marketing, up to the marketing stage. So from starting as a small farmer, improving himself, becoming a micro and small, medium, andyan pa rin ang Agresenso Plus. Lumaki na siya, naging large enterprise. The land bank program will still be available for them. Next slide. As I mentioned to you, that we partner with various anchor firms or large enterprises na may mga partners na. We would want to extensively promote. And that's why we have partners. And ako'y natutuwa, I think, si Mr. President Philip Ong from Sante. Yeah? Yes po, sir. Thank you very much. We just had our MOA last week. So the Sante Corporation is a partner of Land Bank, which we will support the partners po ninyo, the mga small and medium aquaculture farmers. We also partner with other corporations, Kita PH, Sarisuki, Tao, Yobel East, United Tillers Cooperative, and more to go. Because we would want to have a very established partnership with all the enterprises, our anchor firms, para lalong matulungan ang mga farmers nila na magiging partner ni Land Bank by providing financial assistance to them. But there will be tripartite agreement, sir, wherein some of our partners will serve as the market to these farmers and fishers, and then Land Bank will provide the requirements of our small farmers and fishers. Next slide. We have launched, actually, kadarating ko lang nung isang araw from Puerto Princesa because we had our launching for the Agresenso Plus. That was the 7th regional launches of Land Bank since we launched it last year. And we have already reached around 6,000 participants to these regional events. Candaba, Pampanga, then pumunta kami ng Basco, pumunta ng Lalo, Ilagan, Isabela, also in the Mindanao area, Bukidnon, Iloilo, Pototan, and last is Palawan. And by the end of this month, we will go, sir, to Cadiz in Negros Occidental to have our 8th regional launch. Okay, next slide. What are the salient features? Hindi ko na siya masyado, okay. The salient features, next slide. Let's see. Sino ang pwedeng makautang? So makikita nyo dito, kasama ang stakeholders, including the micro, small, and medium enterprises for all your requirements, whether for operating funds, whether for development, expansion, and whatever needs ninyo, digitization, technology advancement, and everything, Land Bank, this Agresenso Plus lending program will provide for all your requirements. So baka tanungin nyo, ano naman ang kaibahan nito? Okay, with other lending programs that Land Bank has. Next slide. This is eligibility requirement for MSME. Dapat ikaw registered, no adverse findings, and the usual. But kung ang mangungutang is small farmer, fisher, ARBs, we partner with the national government and DA to ensure na ang papautangin lang ni Land Bank ay yung mga registered sa RSBSA. registry system for basic sector in agriculture, which is the official repository of all the eligible and legitimate farmers in the country. Okay, at agriculture graduates, kasama, those who have just graduated from college at ang kanilang course is related to agriculture, kahit wala pa po silang experience and they would like to be engaged in their mini projects, promoting technology advancement they learned from their college, from their degree, ipa-fund po ni Land Bank kahit wala pang credit experience. Why? Because Land Bank would like to support the agriculture sector na yung mga kabataan ay bumalik sa pagtatanim o hindi man pagtatanim, any enterprising activity na pwedeng gusto nilang gawin as long as these projects are related to agriculture, we will fund, we will support our agriculture graduate. Next slide, please. Purpose, lahat pwedeng pautangin. Even the cooperatives through our facility ng relending co-op ay pwedeng mangutang para sa mga members nila. We call it conduit lending. Next slide. Wow, eto na. How much is the interest rate? 4% per year. So that would translate to 0.33% per month. Alam nating lahat, lalo na po yung nasa bukid, magkano ang inuutang nila sa informal lenders? 4% per month, 5, 6, 7, hanggang 10% per month. Dito, it's only 4% per annum. Kung mangutang sila for 6 months, therefore, 2% lang ang babayaran nila. On top of that, they can be available loan up to 90% of their requirements sa bukid, 80% kapag acquisition of any agriculture-related machineries and facilities, pwede naman po. At pag production, no collateral. Hindi po kami kukuha ng collateral kung ang purpose ng loan ni farmers and fisher for agricultural activities. Okay, next slide. Ano pa ang isang kagandahan nitong banner or flagship program ni Land Bank? Free life insurance, walang babayaran. Free credit life insurance, walang babayaran. So what is a credit life? That will answer for the payment of your outstanding loans if, yun lang, pag may nangyari sa borrower. Well, hindi man maganda, but wala nang magiging problema ang pamilya kung papaanong bayaran because the insurance company will pay for the outstanding loans na naiwan ng borrower. Walang premium na babayaran, free. That's why this Agrisenso Plus lending program is really the best version of our agri programs, internally funded. Next slide. Yeah, that's it for the Agrisenso Plus. And I don't know if I still have time. I will discuss very briefly, next slide please, the aqua, kasi agri-fishery ito. This is the program naman, next slide please, para sa lahat ng involved sa aqua and agriculture and fishery. We have a standby lending programs. Yun nga lang, hindi dito kasama ang small farmers and fishers. Yung small farmers and fishers, dito siya sa Agrisenso Plus. Pero kung siya ay other than dito siya pwedeng pumasok, and it looks like the micro, small, and medium enterprises can choose Agrisenso Plus or Aqua program because both can avail, MSMEs can both avail from either of this lending program. Titingnan nyo lahat, even the fishery graduates are also entitled. Next slide, please. Ano ang pwede? Pag sinabi daw sa fishery, it could be capture or aquaculture. So, hindi lang nasa dagat ang pwedeng pautangin. Those MSME that will be involved in the processing, the value chain, financing, agri-fishery, even paggawa ng asin, kasama salt making, and other ancillary services related to the water, pwedeng i-fund. So if you are in the industry ng fishery, well, I think this is the lending program for you. Next slide. Well, okay, the requirements for fish pond, mariculture, may certification, pag seaweeds, but generally, these are just basic requirements of the bank. I will not disclose further na in the interest of time. Next slide, please. Well, so I think that ends my presentation for Land Bank, and thank you all for listening. We continue to support the agri-sector. We partner with our anchor firms and everyone. We partner with the national government agencies to ensure that Land Bank will continue being one of the figures helping our agriculture. That's all, and thank you very much po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danilo D. Crobalde, for that very informative session on financial support for MSMEs, startups, and spin-offs. Your insights have shown us how access to the right financial tools can turn innovative ideas into thriving, sustainable enterprises. And speaking of accessible, I think Land Bank has a kiosk, has a stall outside. So if you have questions, if you want to know more about their services, you may go ahead and check on their kiosk. So from incentives and logistics to marketing and financial support, we have explored key pillars that empower our local enterprises. Now it's time to broaden our perspective on how local innovators and enterprises are creating practical solutions for the aqua industry, turning challenges into opportunities, and ensuring sustainability and growth in the sector. To share his expertise and insights, we are honored to welcome a leader from the aquaculture industry who has first-hand experience in understanding industry needs and translating them into actionable innovations. Our next resource person is the chairperson of Sante Feeds Corporation, a leader in aquaculture nutrition. And also he chairs the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, where he helps shape national agri-food policies. He is also the chairman of Bayan Anihan, promoting sustainable farming and food self-sufficiency. In addition, he serves as director of the Philippine Fisheries Association and is a member of both the PICARD Governing Council and the Management Association of the Philippines. To talk about aqua industry needs that can be addressed by local innovation, ladies, gentlemen, and all genders, let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Philip L. Ong.
Good afternoon. I am honored to be invited to this forum, primarily because for many years we've dreamed of translating many of our research development ideas into viable projects. No? Etong ipipresent ko has to do with aquaculture, but in a broader sense, there are many, many areas that where our students and researchers can engage in agriculture activities. Let me start with, next slide, the whole value system, the whole ecosystem of aquaculture. And it starts from the feeds and ends with the fish on your plate. I recently had the opportunity to participate in the Smart Aquaculture Conference in Taipei. Next slide. And I would like to focus on each aspect of that value chain that other people are doing. These are commercial enterprises that are trying to sell their products. Let's start with the aquafeed. Next slide. Next slide. So in aquafeed, the nutrition side is becoming very targeted. In other words, feeds are being designed so that it will nourish the organism down to the details of its digestive microbiome. With the latest tools available,